Wow. Woo.
That's the shofar. Hashiram Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No and not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, no and not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Labakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'ah, Thalatazak, no and not thou murder. La'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou murder. La'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou steal. La'ah, Thayonashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'ah, Thakamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya, no and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah, amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Shalom, handsome young man. Shalom. Good to see you.
We must not eat pork, because pork is doing the opposite of purifying the temple. It is unpurifying the temple. How you must not eat blood, because it is unpurifying the temple. But and also lots of other things too. And you must not eat prawns, because they dispurify the temple. But you should eat vegetables and fruits, as they purify the temple.
I receive. We receive.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah! Praise Yah!
Praise Yah! Thank you, Yah!
Praise Yah!
Yes!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my Yah is so. Hey, my Yah is so.
Yeah. Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praise to the Most High Yah.
Praise Yah.
Everything you allow, only cause of your will.
God's will be done.
And you allow us to walk in it still. So, Yah, your will be done. Thank you for life. Thank you for eyes. Thank you for sight, yeah. Praise your name, get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, it mean me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, it get me through every plight. Thank you for death, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me great. Satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me greed. Thank you, cause me don't put money first. Thank you, cause you tie feet to the works. Thank you, cause you form flesh from the dirt. Me thank you for the healing but come from the earth. Thank you, cause you allow me to put you first. Thank you, cause you tie feet to the works. Thank you, cause you form flesh from the dirt. Overall, me thank you for you. Satisfied with where you give. Where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be. Thank you for life, thank you for eyes, thank you for sight. Praise your name, you get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, mean it make it through the night. Thank you for grace, you get me through every plight. Thank you for that, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Sing for where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied. Blessings, what you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah, I'll be your blessings. Blessings, over and over again. Blessings. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm a have foot for walk, another blessing. Me the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings blessing. Blessing. I'll be a blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessing, I'll be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Yashara, 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 Yashara. All praise go to Yah alone. Yashara, Yah is calling you back home. Kingdom and grace are the best. Seek that first and his righteousness. Then you will know say you're blessed, but your sins you must first confess. And seek your repentance next. I am overall. Yeah, above all me clear. Over the word, money and fear. Bag of money, car and chain. Me nah left my soul drain. Cause me coming out the most I near. No stokes, no shame. Yahusha the sun and above all, yeah, me proclaim. Yah is calling you back home.
I was muted. I said, huh, Yasha Manan. I said, shout out to Yasha all. Shout out to the children of the Most High. The Most High is calling you back home, children. Yasha all. The Most High is calling you back home. Yasha Manan. Huh. That's my joint right there. Huh. Yasha Manan. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Welcome to the house of Yah. Shabbat Shalom. It's the Sabbath day. May the Most High cover and bless you all worldwide. Shabbat Shalom. Everybody worldwide. Hold on. Let me get myself set up. What am I doing? Oh, I need to do my backdrop because the backdrop is not on. Let me do that now. Bang. There we go. Yashia Amen. May the Most High cover and bless you all. All right, let me do the comments. They got a comment section. Shabbat Shalom, everybody worldwide. All right. I hope all of you had a blessed couple of days since we've seen each other last on the Wednesday lesson. May the Most High with that money grubber dude, right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. Tonight, we have a very great lesson. We're continuing the series of exposing this darkness, this is still the walk down of how Christianity was created. All right? This is still we still continuing the walk down of how Christianity was created. We're back in Canaan, we're back in Sumeria, we're back at the flood, we're back at the second world, we're back at the washing over, the deluge, okay? And there's some revelations that will be come out tonight, some things you have never known, some things that the Most High will reveal tonight in this lesson. All right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. All right? The sound is a little bit low for you. Let me see where it's at. It shouldn't be low. It should be all right, daughter. Yeah, let me see. I can go up one notch. Let me go up to 46. All right, I'm at 46. It should be all right. Yeah, it should be all right. All right, because it's going to get louder later. Yeah, because when I get louder, the peak. All right, so turn up your microphones. Turn up your stuff at home. Who that over? Shout out to Ra. Shout out to my big brother Ra, my young king Ra, the young king. I'm a young king too. I call him my big brother, and I'm his elder. I'm his big brother. Shout out to my little brother Ra, Hempstead Crown Heights, official tissue, always from day one. Love you, Ra. Love you, Ra. Raheem. Y'all know who Raheem Rayford is over there on New York City Facebook. All right, now, these are some of my clothes I found. This is a Black Barons. So this is a throwback jersey. Remember I told you I went in my garage and praised the Most High. He kept some of my old clothing and it didn't get moldy, right? Because I lost everything from my past life. But there was a bag that I sent from the drug program. Y'all know that story from the 2025 to life when I came home, and it has some clothing and some of these throwbacks. This is the Negro Leagues. So this is a baseball jersey, the Black Barons. I'm not sure which y'all could Google that, which actual state this was, the Black Barons, but it says down here on the label thing, it's hold on, I gotta need my magnifying glass. It says Ebbets Field Historic Baseball Apparel, the Stall and Dean, and it says 1948, established in 1948. So this was, and then it got the number. I think it got a number. Oh no, this one don't got a number on the back. Oh yes, it do. Can't see it. Oh, my hair's covering. Whatever. All right. So anyway, this one's the Black Barons. I tell you, y'all gonna see some of my old throwbacks. These things were expensive back in the days, right? Ra, remember this, Ra? Back in the days, I think this one was like $700-800. This one I was in my sin in the world, getting that money in sin and all that. But yes. Oh, so it's Birmingham. This is Alabama. Shout out to the Alabama. So the Black Barons was the Alabama Negro League. So yes, during the throwback time when I was in my sin, as I said the last time I wore a throwback, I was like, I had all the throwbacks, the modern teams and stuff. This is the time, the era that we was wearing throwbacks, and I had just got the inclination. I had went to the spot, and the dude was like, "Yo, I'm like, what is that? He's like, that's the Negro Leagues. And I was like, yo, I need that. So I started buying all the Negro Leagues. So like I said, I used to walk around, I'm in the mall, right? And you walk around with a jersey and people stop me like, yo, what team? What is that? What team is that? Right? And I'm like, the Black Barons. All right. So shout out to our ancestors and their trials and tribulations and their struggles. You know what I mean? Everything, we was doing very well when we had the Negro Leagues, when we had our own baseball teams, our own basketball teams, when we had our own, before they integrated, we had an industry that we sustained ourselves. But the integration, we thought it was a good thing, but it wasn't. You understand? So shout out to Satchel Paige, Josh Gibson, all of these legends. These were baseball monoliths. These dudes had incredible talent. You heard? And we gave that back, trying to integrate. Okay? Todd said a lot was happening in 1948. The Ish people took the land we had. Oh, our Black Negro. That's crazy. Yeah, that was 1948 with the what's the name act. I forgot what it's called now. Somebody had put it in. That's when the Wish people got our ancient land over there, Yasha'al, the converts, when the Rothschilds and them and with the United Kingdom gave them the Balfour Declaration. That's what it's called. Yeah, 1948. Yeah. All praise to the Most High. I'm so glad he didn't allow this clothing to get moldy. And I'm really thankful because nothing else got saved from my former life. I got a few of these. So praise the Most High. All right. All right. Sister Roberta said, my mother's only and older brother, William Ricks, played in the Negro League for the Baltimore. I had, yo, Sister Roberta, I was looking for my Baltimore Stars one. Yo, Raheem, yo, Ra, I can tell you what color it is. The Baltimore Stars, it's like a royal blue, white, and red. And I got the hat. One day I'm gonna show y'all the hat. So I had the fitties to go with this. Oh, yo, Ra, Ra, you still dressing. Ra still be doing his thing. I see you on your Facebook, Ra be dressing, boy. But I ain't got the money I used to have. I'm serving now, but it's all good, right? Bless those who got their own. May the Most High cover and bless you all. But I used to. So not only did I have the jersey, I would get the fitted. I have the throwback. That's what I should do. I should show y'all. So, dag, I don't got that many left. The other one, I'm gonna show y'all the Kansas City one. I got the throwback Kansas City throwback hat to go with it. So I had Sister Roberta, the Baltimore Stars. It was the prettiest royal blue, white, and red jersey, all royal. And then I had the Baltimore Stars hat. I still got it to go with it. Yeah, she said, hold on, what she say in that? She said, my mother's only an older. We're gonna get to the lesson, guys. I'm sorry, but this is our history, guys. This is our I'm actually proud that that I bought these clothing items back then when I did, and I wanted to to promote our own as we was rocking the throwbacks, the jerseys back then, you know what I mean? It says she said my mother's only and elder brother William Ricks played in the Negro Leagues for the Baltimore Stars. He traveled the world and was pretty good. He left North Carolina way back and retired in Brooklyn post baseball. All right. Shout out, she said, post baseball retirement. He owned much property there and lived a prosperous life. He is gone now. Shout out to your elder. Shout out to the elder, Sister Roberta's her uncle, William Ricks, and all our elders who passed away, who served in these, played in these events and had these businesses and industries that was taken over by these serpents. All right. All right. And the Most High cover and bless you all. All right, let's get started. Let me put my present, share screen. Shout out to Raheem and your family, Ra. Window. Where is my, there it go. Shit. Oh, I was supposed to, okay, it's okay. I can, let me bring my brothers and sisters. I was supposed to bring my brothers and sisters on the screen. Let me get this set up first. Then I'm gonna put the link. Y'all don't let me forget to put the link. All right, so let me see. Let me move this. Let me make it. There we go. Make it as as big as I can get it on the screen. There it go, there it go, there it go. Bang, up, 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 right there. Bang. All right. Now let me come back to y'all. Let me go invite, copy, bang, bang, Control V, enter. I thought this it does have a number back there. Why I couldn't see? My hair was covering it that much. Nah, I'm sorry, guys. I want to see what number is that. Hold on. I can't. Okay, y'all see it. I think it's. I couldn't turn around all the way. I think it's a number 5 or something. I don't know. But all right, praise the Most High. Enough of that. Shout out to our ancestors. They went through a lot. Blessed are we in this time that we actually don't have a lot of the things that they're going through. They went through some really dark stuff. And then the generation before them, oh, it's number 8. Thank you, guys. That was number 8. And then the generation before them, they went through slavery in on this earth. What a horrible trial and tribulation to go through. But this was the curse for what our ancestors did. Sins of the father going down to the children. So all praise the Most High for us trying to be righteous in spirit and the truth and end the curses so we don't pass it down to our children. All right. Shout out to Yaran in the building. Donna Yaz out there in Germany. We got Germany in the building. We got everybody in the building. All right. So let me Shalayam Taj Balaya and Yana Pa. All right. Shalayam Ayashiya. Shalayam Hakyama. Shalayam children of Yah. All right. All right. So now Taj said if Kendrick can have the whole world sea walking, we should be able to show people how to get to the Most High. I know that's right. All right. Here we go. So now, here we go. Let's go. Sound is getting lower and got my volume up. Okay, so let me what they messing with tonight's lesson there. Because the sound should not, yep, look, it is lower. It should not be getting lower. It's all right. So y'all let me know when it starts peaking, please. And I'll try to watch the chat. Because once I turn it up now, when I get loud later, it's gonna go down. It's gonna go down a lot. Yeah, I don't know why they just be attacking stuff. Now they want to attack this lesson. Let me see, what could I do? Let me try this. Let me reset this. Give me a second. All right, so I reset it. We'll see. We'll see what it does. All right, but I know when I get louder later, it's probably gonna peak. But this should sound a little better. All right. Yeah, I can usually keep it at 45 and we straight, and now it's at 50. I know it's gonna peak crazy later. All right, I'm gonna try to watch the chat. So when it does, once I start getting loud, I'll turn it down. All right. There's nothing worse than a low experience, right? You want to be able to hear clearly. All right, so now tonight's video is on the screen is the thumbnail, and it says Egyptian and Sumerian, right? And this image on the screen right here is in Egypt on the walls. This is what the Egyptians drew of themselves, the giants, the Nephilim. Egypt actually got invaded. We're going to go there tonight. Tonight is going to be really, really dope and powerful. And I'm going to get right started in. We're going there tonight, right? And Egypt, we're going to find out a lot about Egypt as well and how these Nephilim got into the Egyptian Mitzrayim culture. So you see these men on the screen, they're as big as this giraffe. You see how tall they are? I don't like that they grabbing his little booty. I don't know what he do. I don't know what kind of ditty he doing with his booty. He need to get off that giraffe booty. But that's what these fallen angels, these giants, these Nephilim, oh, they was into that. He probably smashed this doggone giraffe and made some hybrid animal human species. That's what they was doing. This is, and this right here is after the flood. Okay? This is after the flood. So that's tonight's lesson. It's about giants and things that were going on after the flood, right? So, all right. So then right here to the right, this is ancient Sumeria, Sumer. This what Billy Carson, little fake butt, he liked to serve Sumer. This where you get the Anunnaki, right? The fallen angels, right? These aliens, gods. So look at this image of ancient Sumer. That's supposed to be like an image of Nimrod or something like that. That's supposed to be like an image of Nimrod. And you see he got a lion in the headlock, right? They always had that lion. That lion represents the lion of Ya'ada, the lion of Judah, our blood lineage. The lion of Judah is the Messiah, the Mashiach, right? The Messiah. So that's him. That's their image. They always do that, especially in Sumer, where they'll have their Nephilim holding the lion and choking the lion, like I got you. Like that's them conquering our lineage. You understand? That's that Negro Leagues. You see? That's all that. That's them conquering us, right? And so there's supposed to be an image of the ancient Sumerians, right? And then look at this image to the right. Look at that, man. That's some wickedness. That stuff gonna come out tonight too. It got horns. It looked like it got ears of maybe a goat or some type of. It got the face of like a, I don't know, a calf or a bull or whatever that thing is, right? Then it got the spear. We broke that out last time, right? Then look, it got the hooves. This is Nephilim. Ancient Egypt, they have that stuff too, where they'll show the with the like the eagle's head and all that. This is the Nephilim. These are the gods that these civilizations served. Okay? Now this stuff is after the flood. That's the craziness. It was so wicked before the flood that the Most High destroyed the earth. And here these fools, they continued after the flood. So this is ancient Sumeria, and this is ancient Egypt, right? And the Egyptians drew what they look like. Y'all see y'all see this is not them Arabs that over there now, no disrespect to any other nation, but they are not the original Mitzrayim Egypt. They are not the original Hamites, all right? And they also drew the Hebrews who they had in slavery, and they looked just like this, okay? With so ancient artifacts, those peep civilizations drew what they look like, so they can miss us. They can miss us all day trying to make, say these people were somebody else, all right? All right, so now, all right, so let's, y'all ratings, I can't see the chat. All right. Yeah, it looked like a Where the Wild Things Are. This image right here. That's where they be getting these TV shows and stuff from. And these shows and stuff. Okay? So now, let's get started. Let's get this part. This is gonna be a dope one tonight. Y'all gonna learn some things tonight. All right. So did the giants really vanish after the great flood? Or did they survive? Did they rule the second world, right? After the great deluge, did they rule that world from the shadows? Okay? Tonight, we're going to attempt to show that the ancient Egyptians and Sumerian civilizations, they left behind a lot of clues of their existence all over the world, hidden in plain sight. According to the book of Bereshit, Genesis, the great deluge, the great flood, was sent to wipe out the corruption, the violence. These hybrid Nephilic offspring, the offspring of the fallen angels sleeping with the daughters of men, bringing forth a race of beings known as the Nephilim, the children of the fallen. They were the giants in those days and also after that. That's what the Bible calls them. The giants were in the earth in those days and also after that, before the flood and after the flood. Okay? It's like after that phrase in the scripture where it says there were giants in the earth in those days and also after that, that one phrase opens the door to one of the greatest mysteries in ancient history. Many ancient cultures, including the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, and the Sumerians, they all tell stories of giant beings that had supernatural knowledge and power on earth. These are not myths. They have relics that survived of all the ancient cultural civilizations, cuneiform tablets, writing, hieroglyphs. They all, even up to the modern, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the original Native Americans, the Mongoloid Native Americans, every civilization all over the earth from the four corners of the planet Earth, they have tales and stories of very tall beings on earth. The Sumerians record these people as the Anunnaki. They are called powerful. This is the Sumerian tale. They call them the Anunnaki, powerful sky gods who they say descend from the heavens. Mitzrayim, Egyptian mythology, tells of god kings, these gods on earth like Osiris and the sun god Ra, who ruled in an age before even the dynasties even began. This is what Mitzrayim, Egyptian mythology, tells us. These rulers were described as often larger than life, both figuratively and literally. Okay? Tonight, Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah, I'm going to try to attempt to show and prove with graphics and receipts what the archaeologists have uncovered, what the Most High, the breadcrumbs that the Most High has left us, the loaves of bread, the bread trucks, the bread stores, he left us an immense amount of information to decipher the past. I'm going to try to show with graphics tonight what the archaeologists have uncovered. Okay? Now, could the descendants of these giants still be amongst us today? It's very interesting. Yeah, one of the gods is Isis, right? We going there tonight. Now, facts. Could the descendants of these giants still be among us today? Some of the descendants. A lot of scholars, archaeologists, and researchers believe that the royal bloodlines of the ancient civilizations, the ancient times, preserve in the Nephilim DNA because they called themselves kings, this blood lineage, this Nephilim, their royal bloodline. A lot of scholars and researchers, and I call them smart people, a lot of anointing people, believe that Nephilim DNA got passed down today through the ages into the 13 bloodline families. That's what I believe. Just not financial advice, spiritual discernment. I believe that the bloodline passed down through the 13 bloodline families, that Nephilim DNA. Okay? I believe that from Nimrod to the pharaohs, Nimrod of Cush, of the Bible, of Ham's son Cush, Nimrod, his descendant, to the pharaohs and the kings of Egypt, all the way to the modern powers that be, what they call the elite, what they call the Illuminati, what they call the 13 bloodline families, what they call the Bilderbergs, what they call the Council for Foreign Relations, all this stuff. I believe, me personally, that these bloodlines, this lineage, that they know who they are, and they pass this lineage down. The Rothschilds, the wealth, the elite. I believe that these bloodlines still hold the power over the earth today in hidden sight, hidden in plain sight. That's what I mean, right? Now, so we're going to try to answer the question, did the giants survive? Did they survive after the flood? Did they go on to shape the empires and become the gods of all the ancient cultures of the legends? All right? Now, tonight, we may not never know the full, complete truth, but they got ancient records, ancient pottery, ancient texts. We got ancient mounds, ancient. You have this, tonight we uncover forbidden archaeology, unexplained structures, all the ones that suggest the possibility that the giants did not vanish. They just evolved. I believe their lineage is still here. All right. So now, I think I'm going to start with, maybe, do I want to start there? Let's start with, hold on, let me see. Let me see where I want to start. Let me make sure. Yeah, let's start there. Okay. I got a revelation. Do we start with, well, let's start with the revelation first. I got a revelation, very interesting one. Some of y'all might have thought of this or witnessed this or had this revelation as well, right? But I got a revelation. Shalom, Yashiyaha and Ahavaya out there in Canada. Shalom, family of Yah. I got a revelation. And this is a very interesting one. I know y'all gonna be like, oh, wow, it's kind of crazy. I never thought of this, right? In the book of Genesis, right? Barashayat, that's what it's called. It's not called the gene of Isis. That's a transliteration into English. All right. So that's where you get Billy Carson, who wants to serve these Anunnaki fallen angel gods, Thoth and Thoth and Suma and all this. He talking about Genesis, the gene of Isis. The devil's a lie. You a gene of Isis, you little serpent seed, little worshiper, liar from the lake of fire. For half you, whatever you are, Billy the Canaanite Carson. Okay. The book of Genesis is called Barashayat. It ain't no gene of Isis, ain't no Genesis. So people kill me when they do that. Now, Genesis, Barashayat 8 and 20. I'm a paraphrase. Hakyama can post the script on the screen. Is she here yet? Oh yeah, she's here. Praise Yah. So, Barashayat, all right. It says, it not only in the scriptures, it says the Most High says he will not again destroy all flesh with a flood, right? But he also indicates in that scripture that he will no longer curse the ground for man's sake. So remember when Adam and Eve, the mark of the beast, Genesis 3 and 6, when they transgressed the Most High, right? When Adam and Hayavah transgressed the Most High said, he cursed Adam. He said, from the sweat of the brow will you till the ground, right? But in Genesis 8 and 20 is when he said, I will no longer flood the earth again. I'm paraphrasing, right? He said, but he will no longer curse the ground for man's sake. Okay? What the revelation that I got is, when he said he would never curse the ground for man's sake again, he wasn't talking about the flood. He was actually talking about, there's a curse. I'm not saying this is fact, but this is very interesting dynamic. There's a curse on the ground that Adam will toil the ground, meaning he will, in order to grow his food, it's going to be laborious. There was a curse of weed. Now, I'm not talking about marijuana. There was a weeds curse. The curse of the weeds was the curse which resulted from Adam's sin in the garden in Genesis 3, right? And 3 and 17 is what he gave me. It was in the days of Noah, when Noah came out of the ark, that it seems to be in the scripture that the weed curse was fulfilled. The cursed ground, when the Most High told Adam that the ground would be cursed, that he would labor from the ground was cursed with rapid vegetation growth. Let me explain. The growth of the vegetation in the weeds was so rapid, once Yah said it, that the ground was overproductive, not underproductive. The ground, it's like the ground started to just sprout weeds and the growth and the vegetation to the point that it was a lot of work to try to get your food out of the ground. From the sweat of thy brow will you get your food now? Will you toil this ground? It was a curse of overproduction, not under. The plants after this curse grew rapidly, too rapidly to control for farming. The overgrowth was so dense, okay? And I remember back when I was young, I was in Granddaddy RIP to the rapper Granddaddy IU. We was in his basement, shout out to Mr. K, right? This one, he was a big rap star. And we was in his basement, and IU used to be into watching deep stuff too. And this is back in the days, I think this like the early 90s, like 91, 92, something around like 91. And we had VCR tapes, and there was a show on TV, and it showed literally, I had the VCR tape, but it's gone now. It showed on TV live, they had video images of this stuff. It showed a place on the earth, right? It's probably still there. I know it's still there somewhere. You know how they got it to the Antarctica and stuff where we can't go certain places. And it showed a place where everything were giants, meaning the vegetation, the plants were like the size of me, a flower. The mosquitoes were like the size, everything was 10 times the size. Every last thing. They had it, and then they took it down. There was a lot of information before the internet, before Google, all that. And I had it in my VCR, but I lost all the tapes. I lost all the stuff that I had. I just told you my past life, there's only a little bit of things that survived. I wish, and I've been trying to find that. They scrubbed it. I have never seen it again. And I remember IU had saw it. So the reason why I say that, because we was in his basement, and he started telling my son, I said, yo, you saw that? And he like, yeah. And we was discussing it. And I was like, I got the tape. And he was like, yo, bring it over next time. And I brought it over, right? I had recorded it. They showed on this earth, it was so lush and beautiful though, but everything was 10 times the size. Even the bugs were like, a bee was like this big, bro. It was like insane. Everything was big. Now, because I witnessed that in my youth in the early 90s, there are certain things that when the Most High gives me revelation, or I learn something that I understand and can relate, I can receive. Okay? So when I got this revelation that the curse of the ground for Adam, it was a curse of overproduction, so that it would be difficult for him to farm and get food. Okay? It would be a lot of work. The plants grew too rapidly for Adam and them to control for farming with the overgrowth. It was 500-foot vegetation canopies and weeds that covered the garden, that covered, the earth, because he got put out of the garden. Remember? So that covered the earth, okay? 500-foot vegetation canopies and weeds that would grow much faster than they could till it, okay? Now, if you notice in the scripture that all the way up until the birth of Noah, the people were working very hard to control the weeds so that they could farm the land to get their food. Before the flood, the world was a global. Now, before the flood, in the garden, the world was a global greenhouse, and it never rained. Y'all remember that? Remember, before there was ever rain, the earth was just a big global greenhouse. This is even before the flood, even after they got kicked out. So after the curse, the vegetation on the earth was so green and it didn't need no rain. Okay. Today, from the archaeologists, we know that all of the oil, the gas, and the coal deposits were created at the time of the flood, the Great Deluge, right? But there was also a massive amount of vegetation that's deposited in the sediments as well. And some of those were huge. They have some archaeological digs where they show a leaf like this big in the image, the imprint, right? There was massive amounts of vegetation, up to 100,000 times what is present on the earth today. Okay? And all of that was destroyed in the flood and buried under about 2 kilometers deep of flood deposit. All through history, giantism is well documented through all paleontology. That's why I said I saw it. They had it on the history, on this old channel, and I taped it. Giantism. Not only did things grow larger, they actually grew much faster, making it difficult for Adam and the children after them to farm and till the ground. Cursed be the ground. Now, after the flood, after Yah cleansed it, after Nyack and them came off the ark, it seemed like the plants and the vegetation subsided and started to grow at the rate that we see today. Okay? Now, today, growing a vegetable garden is still work, right? It's still like a lot of work, but nobody like grossly complains how hard it is to grow the food. If you only knew what our ancestors was going through to grow those food. Those weeds was growing as tall as buildings, like overnight type of thing. This was the curse. It seemed like Noah was the one who brought the relief from the curse of the rapid plant growth. It seemed like after Nyack, it went back to its normal state. I just wanted to bring out that revelation because that was very interesting, that find. And I'm like, that is very interesting to me because I'm like, that makes a lot of sense that he said, from the sweat of your brow shall you till the ground now. Because in the garden, everything was just given. It was lush. Everything, all the fruits were growing in abundance. He didn't even have to slay. There was no labor for the food. All right. Now, I'm going to start with this one. we're going to go to Egypt first. I just want to show something because Yana sent me a clip and I said, Yana, you need to send me that. And he showed me a clip. I said, you need to send me that because that's going to tie in to some of what I'm going to bring out tonight in our lesson. Okay? There is, let me do this. Let me stop share this image. Let me stop share. Let me click this. Let me show this image. Present, share screen, window, bang, share. All right. This right here is a pyramid. This is a bird's eye view of a pyramid. Looks kind of spooky, right? Don't look kind of spooky looking from this view. You get an idea of how high it is. Look at how tall this is. Look at the ground down there. These things were monolithic structures. Man today cannot replicate this. There is a perfection of the peak of the diagram and the measurements that cannot be replicated today. With all the technology, this is fallen angel technology. So Yana has sent me a clip. I'm gonna share it now. And I said, "Oh, I need you." He showed me. I said, I need you to send me that. This ties into my lesson tonight. All right. Let me. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes. Let me get my setup set up. Let me make this smaller. Let's get this party started. Let's get the rocking and rolling, children of Yah. Okay, there we go. I can have that there. Now I can still see the chat. Then I can take this one. Let me take this one. Let me grab that. Let me make this smaller. Okay, first let me grab the video that Yana sent me. Oh, did I not pull it in? Okay, let me find it first. Oh, there we go. He sent me a website. That's right. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Oh, no, that's not it. There it go. It's this website. Okay, he did send me a website. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. All right, hold on. The thing started playing.
Excuse me. It's Yamala's Earth birth. I think tomorrow.
Yamala?
Yes.
Happy Earth birth, Yamala, daughter of Yah. Happy Earth birth to you. May the Most High cover and bless you. Praise the Most High for this day tomorrow that he chose you, that you chose to come on down to get this work in the Shamayam, because yes, free will, there was a choice made. Y'all don't know that. Some of y'all don't. But praise Yah that you chose to come down and fulfill this purpose. It was a mighty work that you chose to come down and do. May the Most High cover and bless you on your earth birth as you give thanks for him to breathing the breath of life into you for another day. We don't celebrate earth birthdays as my day, my week, my month. It's a blessing to the Most High that he breathed the breath of life to you, and he allowed you to live another year. He allowed you to, so you can do work for him, so you can fulfill your purpose on earth, what you came down here for. We thank you, daughter of Yah, for trying to serve the Most High in spirit and in truth and walking in his likeness and image so you can help someone else. You heard? May the Most High cover and bless you all. Happy earth birth to you, daughter of Yah. May you have a blessed day tomorrow as you thank the Most High for living to see another day, breathing a breath of life into you, another year. You heard? Happy New Year to all y'all worldwide, too. For those who seen my post, the new year started yesterday. We follow the Zadokite calendar. The Zadokite priesthood is the only priesthood the Most High got it right, and that's the solely lunar calendar. And the new year was sundown, evening to evening on the 20th. So it was yesterday was the new year, all right? Not the dead of winter, that Roman Constantine, Sol Invictus Janus God worship. Hakyama, could you put my link to my YouTube video, our live we did about Janus, the new year? I think it's the new year, one of the new year lessons. Y'all watch that and find out who Janus, January. That's where they named all these months, these days. These are fallen angel gods. Janus, January, and all that. All these names is fallen angel gods. The Most High ain't have no names for days. He had numbers. Day 1, day 2, day 3. Okay? So happy new year to you all worldwide. And I want to explain this. I know y'all didn't know this, but the house of Yah, we timed the baptism that I did last week. We purposely timed that to be the last Sabbath Bible study live before the new year. So everybody who partook in the baptism that I did last week, you actually got baptized in the removal of your sins fresh on the Sabbath day before the new year. So you started the new year with a fresh, clean baptism state. And that's why we chose that day to do it. I forgot to tell y'all that. All right, there you go. That's the link to the video, New Year's portal, the opening portal breakdown. All right? Now, that'll break down that Janus guide and all this stuff. January. Happy New Year, everybody worldwide. The New Year, even Egypt, even what's his name? Sumer. These fallen angels even knew that the New Year was never in the dead of winter. There was no ancient civilization that ever celebrated some New Year in the dead of winter. How could it be the New Year when the earth hasn't even, the spring equinox didn't happen, and the new life on the earth with the plants and where everything is coming back to life? The doggone bears are still hibernating and stuff. They know it ain't the New Year. Go to a bear cave and try to wake them up and talk about something. And go to a bear cave and try to hit, what's his name? Smokey the Bear? Go and be like, Smokey! That remind me of the movie Fridays. Smokey! Don't go to no cave messing with no bear. But I'm just making a jokey joke. Go take your foolish butt to a cave and be like, get up, Smokey. Get up, Boo-Boo. Remember Boo-Boo? I used to like Boo-Boo. Boo-Boo was cute. Little Boo-Boo the bear, Smokey the bear. I ain't seen that in so long. Those are cartoons when we were little. I don't know if they still on TV. They probably are. But Smokey, go try to wake up Smokey the bear and be like, get up, Smokey. On January the 1st. It's the new year. Turn your volume up. I did already. It's still, something is wrong. They really messing with. All right. No, it's loud now. It gotta be loud now. Right? Everybody else, the volume is loud now, right? Because it looked like I'm peaking. Y'all let me know.
We can hear you just fine.
Okay, that's her system. Sister Roberta, you gotta turn up your system. Because I can't turn it up now because I'm looking at my thing. If I do, it's peaking. It's almost peaking right now for me. All right? All right. Thank you, guys. They say I can hear loud and hear it clear. All right. So shout out to Hebrew Jamaican Coolie. All right. So you right? The animals will tell you, right? Go try to wake up the hibernating animals and talk about something. It's the new year on January 1st. They'd be like, Smokey what's his name? Smokey the Bear. He'll back smack you right up out the Yogi the Bear. Sorry, I said Smoke. Thank you. Y'all know how Unc is. I said Smokey the Bear. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Friday. Smokey. I said Smokey the Bear and Boo Boo. Y'all know Unc is a fool, right? Yogi the Bear. That'll let you know I ain't seen it in a long time. Yogi the Bear and Boo Boo, right? Yogi will back smack you right out that cave. He'll be like, if you don't get out of my face, fool, he'll wake up and be like, oh my goodness. He'll probably wake up Boo Boo and them. Guys, get up. We overslept. Yogi probably be like, Smokey was the forest ranger. Thank you. I knew I had to know. I knew I wasn't too off, right? So Yogi probably be like, yo, we overslept. The alarm clock. Then he'd look, he'd be like, it's January the 1st. We got a long time to go. We still got 3 more months or something before the new earth, before the earth, the spring, before the birds, before everything, the leaves come back on the trees. Nature itself will tell you that's not the new year. Come on, children, slap out of it. Happy New Year, everyone. According to the Zadokite calendar and the solar lunar, the spring equinox was on the 20th this year. Okay, what we call in the Gregorian calendar, March 20th from evening to evening. And I timed that baptism to renew you for the new year. Praise the Most High. Yeah, Jamaican Coolie said he'd be like, hey, Boo Boo, it's time to get them picnic baskets. And Boo Boo probably wake up like, Yogi, what? Are you sure? I'm still tired. Look at the clock. He'd be like, it's January the 1st, man. Yogi will back smack you right out that cave. All right, let's get started. All right, so I don't even know how I got on to that. Happy Earth Birth to Yamala. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We start on our channel. Now this, guys, is something today, right? Yana out in the United Kingdom, he sent this to me, right? And I'm like, he didn't even know I was going to be breaking down stuff about the pyramids today. So this is information today. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't own the rights to this video for reaction and education purposes only. Here we go. Oh, it's muted. Okay, hold on. Let me bring it back again. It's been playing.
Is the video with the pyramid, Unc? Because you're still showing the
Yes.
pyramid. Okay.
Is it playing? Oh, shoot.
No.
Okay, let me stop share. All right, thank you. All right, hold on. Stop share. I gotta make this smaller. I can't even see. Thank you, Yasha. Okay, so now I gotta go. Come back to y'all. Go present, share screen, window, share, bang. Hopefully, share sound, share to share audio, share tab. Oh, no window, Chrome tab. There we go. There we go. The audio, share. All right, thank you, Yasha. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. All right, here we go. This is Corrado Malanga from the University of Pisa and Filippo Biandi. All right, here we go. Let me make it full screen. Hopefully that's, there you go.
The University of Pisa and Filippo Biandi, involved in radar and remote sensing research with the University of Strathclyde, published peer-reviewed. Corrado Malanga from the University of Pisa and Filippo Biandi, involved in radar and remote sensing research with the University of Strathclyde, published peer-reviewed research in 2022 via MDPI entitled Synthetic Aperture Radar Doppler Tomography Reveals Details.
Hold up, Yasha came in very loud? So that means I am very low. Because he shouldn't have. That meant it's messing with me. Let me do this. Because I don't want to do this whole study and I was low. Because then I'll be watching it later and be like, dang, bro, that's horrible. All right, so let me take myself.
Unc, I think it might be because I'm using my camera's mic. I switched the mic source because my HDMI is connecting to the TV for some reason.
Right. Hakyama, say something, please.
Show me out.
Okay, now, yeah, okay. So me and Hakyama we were straight. We were the same level, right, guys? Ahana, y'all said the video is louder than you too.
Yeah, the video is loud.
Okay, so that meant all right, so let me come out. Let me remove myself. I'm gonna stop my cam to see if maybe that might help. Okay, and then all right, that's all I can do. I don't know what to do. Because if I go too loud, it's gonna clip like crazy. So let me turn it up a little more. Once I get going, y'all this is crazy. All right. He said I'm lower than her. Yeah, see, we're supposed to be kind of even. All right, and the video's loud. All right, well, we gotta do the best we can. All right, so I should. All right, here we go. They don't want this to come out. That's all that is. So let's just do what we got to do, right? Here we go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Let me get back to the video. Let me put it back again. I could turn the video down a little bit. Y'all said if it's too loud.
Research with the University of Strathclyde, published peer-reviewed research in 2022 via MDPI entitled Synthetic.
Let me go back. Put it back again. Here we go.
Corrado Malanga from the University of Pisa and Filippo Biandi, involved in radar and remote sensing research with the University of Strathclyde, published peer-reviewed research in 2022 via MDPI entitled Synthetic Aperture Radar Doppler.
So this institution, they did synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography, okay? And it reveals details of undiscovered high-resolution internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. This today. Doppler tomography reveals details of undiscovered high-resolution internal. Let's continue.
Tomography reveals details of undiscovered high-resolution internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Their research was conducted using SAR data, synthetic aperture radar, along with proprietary software developed by Filippo Biondi that transforms the radar signals into phonemic information, which allows for the detection of millimetric vibrations. This cutting-edge technology is capable of revealing underground structures invisible to traditional methods and revealed internal structures never seen before.
All right. So this technology that they got today, what it say? I want to see what that one said. I wanted to read it. Give me a second. There it go. SAR, synthetic aperture radar, is a way of creating an image using radio waves. The radio waves used in SAR, that SAR is tripping because they had that disease called SAR they released. SAR typically range from approximately 3 centimeters up to a few meters in wavelength, which is much longer than the wavelength of visible light used in making optical images. These wavelengths fall within the microwave part of the spectrum in the figure below. So they're using this technology that can see, right?
Along with
and they're looking through the pyramids, all right? And they found some things.
Biondi that transforms the radar signals into phonemic information, which allows for the detection of millimetric vibrations. This cutting-edge technology is capable of revealing underground structures invisible to traditional methods and revealed internal structures never seen before. Having established their expertise in using SAR to explore pyramid structures non-invasively, a recent press release on their current project was released last Saturday. This March 15th press release summarized the key findings in the team's research of the second largest pyramid of the Giza Plateau.
All right, this was last week, March 15th. This is what they revealed.
Known as the Khafre Pyramid. And what they found was astonishing. The analysis of dozens of tomographic SAR images obtained from different angles enabled the 3D reconstruction of inside the pyramid of Khafre and deep beneath the surface of the plateau. Near the base of the pyramid, 5 identical structures are seen, connected by geometric pathways. Inside each of these are 5 horizontal levels and a sloping roof. Below these
This is what they're revealing now. All right, I'm going somewhere. All right, let's let them continue.
5 structures.
All periods are oriented to the north. I'm going to break that down in a second.
Are 8 cylindrical structures, which appear to be vertical wells, which appear to these 5 structures are horizontal levels. Inside each of these are 5 horizontal levels and a sloping roof. Below these 5 structures are 8 cylindrical structures, which appear to be vertical wells, hollow inside, and surrounded by descending spiral pathways. These 8 vertically aligned cylindrical structures, arranged in 2 parallel rows from north to south, descend to a depth of 648 meters, where they all merge into 2 large cubic structures, measuring approximately 80 meters per side. The entire structure extends approximately 2 kilometers beneath the surface and extends beneath all 3 pyramids of the Giza Plateau complex. Mainstream Egyptology tells us that the Giza pyramids were tombs for pharaohs Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, and that they were built around 2500 BC using ramps, sledges, and levers. But the redundant mathematics in their construction, which
impossible. No, they weren't, but we're going to go there. Let's continue.
Include pi, the golden ratio, include pi, levers. But the redundant mathematics in their construction, which include pi, the golden ratio, and the speed of light, along with the testimony of today's expert architects, suggests that the official story does not hold up. The massive underground structure revealed by the recent SAR data shows what appears to be a mechanical or functional system, and this has been hypothesized in the past. Nikola Tesla believed that the pyramids could harness Earth's natural frequencies. This arguably inspired his experiments in wireless energy transmission and scalar waves. In the Giza power plant, Christopher Dunn argued that the Great Pyramid was a power-generating machine using resonant and acoustic forces to convert mechanical stress into electricity. In the Giza Death Star, Joseph Farrell proposed that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a weapon of mass destruction using a type of physics that he calls paleophysics to focus energy as a scalar weapon.
Hold on, y'all. Yo, Taj, you see that? The remarkable thing is that the Dagon mythology, Dagon, may reflect yet another lingering trace of vanished paleophysics. Are we going somewhere? All right? All right, so anyway, what it says, hold on. In any case, as many have observed, the resemblance between some of the Dagon signs and conceptualized quantum particles is amazing. The tribe also appears to have accurate descriptions of the four forces of modern theoretical physics with four seeds whose names in the Dagon language mean to draw together. Dagon, this is Sumerian and Akkadian language. Fallen angel. We're going there tonight. It's going to tie in. Draw together, gravitational force, bumpy electrostatic. All right. Look, it says, in any case, perhaps the interests of the intelligence community and the Masonic fraternity and temples, the Cyrus mystery indicates that, okay, we're going there. And Taj, that statement you just wrote is tying into tonight's lesson.
Scalar weapon. The cylindrical well paleophysics, mass destruction, using Joseph Farrell proposed acoustic forces to convert mechanical stress and scalar waves. In the Giza power plant, Christopher Dunn argued that the Great Pyramid was a power-generating machine using resonant and acoustic forces to convert mechanical stress into electricity. In the Giza Death Star, Joseph Farrell proposed that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a weapon of mass destruction using a type of physics that he calls paleophysics to focus energy as a scalar weapon. The cylindrical wells could be conduits for energy or sound waves, and the cubic structures might serve as energy storage or stabilization units, akin to components in a large-scale weapon or generator. And the detection of vibrations in the pyramid's internal structures reflects all of these ideas. The Khafre Project hopes to plan an excavation in order to discover more about this underground structure, but history shows that this will be very difficult to get approval for. Greg Reese reporting.
They ain't gonna let you get up in there like they ain't let you get into Antarctica, because these fallen angels. Now let's break this down. Let's knock this on out the park. Let me get there. I just needed that to play. So now, the pyramids. Tonight, you're gonna find out where the pyramids came from. Tonight, we're gonna do the timeline, and we're gonna tie it up from the grace of the Most High. We're gonna tie it up where the pyramids, hold on, I want to see the chat. I can't see the chat. I can see a piece up there. Go. Right? We're going to, he said the Mahabharata. I'm sure Uncle's about, oh yeah, we going in. We're going to get to a foundation of where these pyramids came from. Right? Now.
They found was astonishing. The analysis of dozens of tomographic SAR images obtained from different angles enabled the
Now let me explain. With the technology today, mankind cannot create this image on the outside. Just putting the stones together, Shalayam, Mashaya, and Ashaya, they can't replicate. And the geometrical pattern, more or less what's happening. Now, they found out today that under the pyramids, this is crazy work right here. There's some fallen angel craziness right here. They can't replicate what's above the earth. More or less 2,000 kilometers or whatever they said below the earth. All right, now watch this. Now, this is below the pyramids. This right here is the strongest structure on earth. It's called the helix coil. I did a lesson on it. I think that's the one that Yesharallah said they took it down. I got to find it and I need to put it back up. I need to do something. I don't know why they took it down. It's the hair. This image right here, so-called blacks, this is your coiled hair that the serpent seeds had made you hate. the one that you fry and perm and hot thing and straighten out, this is the strongest structure in the creation in this world. It's the coiled helix, what our hair does. It's the strongest. This is the coiled helix of your hair that they call in some 4C. The devil's a lie when they call in something else some 1A. And this is the what you call it, the wool, that the Ancient of Days, the symbolism. This structure, this is why they would have these coils under this pyramid. And let me explain, the coil of the 4C, well, not 4C, the devil's a lie. The coil, the helix coil of the natural branches, natural hair, no disrespect to any other nation, y'all just listen. They ain't attacking your hair. They called your hair 1A, right? They're attacking our hair's bad. They call our hair bad. Your hair's in church taking communion while our hair's on the corner smoking, rolling dice and smoking blunts or something. Okay? Now, children, that's when they get us to hurt our hair, hate our hair, cover your hair, perm your hair, destroy your hair. Now, this helix coil is an antenna. Let me explain. The Egyptians, the fallen angels technology that create these pyramids, the reason why this under this is because they know that. And the powers that be today, they build these structures and they put these coils under to hold up. It's the strongest image. So the strongest image of creation is the circle, and the coil is circles spiraling up to the Father. Okay? There's power. Now, these antennae that are in your hair, the reason why they want you to perm it and straighten it out and do that, because you block, you destroy the power, the resonation frequency of your hair. Do you not understand it? The double helix. Y'all got to watch my lesson. I guess it's not up. If Hakiyama can find it, Shara said they took it down. I'm going to put it back up. It's one of the strongest lessons in the world. I broke down where this 4C crap came from. All right? So the reason why they have this helix coil springs in these structures under it, because it is resonating. It is a portal. It is communicating with the spirit realm. You understand? That's your hair is communicating. That's why they want you to fry it, dye it, lay it to the side, cover it, destroy it. They want you to, and that's why the daughters of Yah cover the crown of their head, because their hair, the crown of their head, which is Jacob's ladder, this entrance, their hair is communicating with the spirit realm. And if the daughters of Yah are not covered in spirit and truth, they need to put a covering over their head before they fast and pray, because they are emotional. They are more attuned to the spirit realm who's going to come in. That's why the hair is the crown of glory. That's why Yah cursed the daughters of Yah head. Okay? All right. Now, that's why. All right, so let me continue. So under the pyramids, they have communication chambers. Do y'all understand that? So these cylinders, all of these, what? Helix, double helix, circular cylinders wrapped with the coils are communicating. It's the power center under the pyramid. Let me explain. The pyramids are communication devices that the fallen angels came and talked. I'm gonna go there. I don't want to get ahead of myself in the lesson. They came and talked to the Egyptian pharaohs, Mitzrayim and stuff, and they used us to build it, the slaves, the Habariyah people. Now, this is a communication device. So these pyramids, let me show it. Where's the Great Pyramid? There you go. This is a communication device. The reason why these structures withstand the typography, the astronomical, as well as astrological, but astronomical configuration, the what you would call that, the mathematics and it aligns with the celestial bodies with it at a certain time of day when the sun hits the peak of the pyramid. Some of the tombs inside and some of the pharaoh's kings, it lights up the tomb. That's where they get Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom and stuff like that. They make these movies because they know the fallen angels, these serpent seeds who run Hollyweird. Y'all know what the converts who stole our original lineage. Y'all, come on, bro. Come on, let's not act foolio, right? So they put these stuffs in these movies. These are actually communication chambers to the fallen angels, to the heavens. Let me explain again. These are also airstrips. These are airstrips, meaning landing places for the fallen angels and stuff. Shout out to Unique over there on Facebook, that of you. For fallen angels and stuff to land. All of this has been documented, well documented. Y'all go study yourself. I knew this stuff before I was even awakened. I knew this stuff. I was always studying stuff. You know, I was always righteous. I was always, you know, in the image of the Most High, not even knowing. You heard? So studying to show myself approved. So it's been proven of all of the different communication, satellite communication with the heaven realm, with the Shemaic realm, right? But these pyramids, these are unrighteous. So they're landing places for the fallen, and they're odds, they're giving ode and worship to their gods. These are like altars, these pyramids. Now, also, the certain things at certain times of day that the sunlight will hit this inside these tombs and inside, and it would feed the fallen kings and all this type of stuff. Now, what we didn't know was that underground, now that makes, everybody, Jamaican Coolie, now y'all, this make, Sister Roberta, this makes all the sense in the world, that underground. Y'all remember my other lesson when I showed California? Remember the live we did? And it was more cities underground than it is above the ground. That the structures, the buildings, the houses in California, the stuff goes deeper down in the ground, in the inner earth. It would make sense that the communication chambers of the pyramids is coming from deep within the earth. And we had no idea to know that because we had no idea of the technology to even build these pyramids.
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that where the satellites are?
Yes. Come on. Because ain't nothing above. You understand? Everything is under. They're always going under. You understand? The Marine Kingdom is under. Y'all think they're going over. They're going under. They ain't been in no space. Their space is down. You heard? So this, look at the spiral helix. Look what's under. It says where they all merge into two large cubic structures. Now, they can't mimic what's going above the pyramids here. How, if they can't even do what's above the earth?
Below these 5 structures are 8 cylindrical structures.
Below the 5 pyramids are 8 cylindrical structures,
which appear to be vertical wells, hollow inside.
Which appear to be vertical wells, hollow on the inside, because they're being filled. They're communication devices. Do you understand?
And surrounded by descending spiral pathways.
Descending spiral ladders, communication, the double helix around it.
These 8 vertically aligned cylindrical structures arranged in 2 parallel rows from north to south.
And I guarantee you, if they do the measurements, it's perfect, equal measurements. Parallel 8 cylindrical structures from north to south. They can't even mimic the perfection of these structures with all the instruments they got today. You heard? And they was doing this 2,000 years ago under the ground? You gotta be kidding me. They can't even mimic what they did above the ground today.
Descend to a depth of 648 meters, where they all merge.
What is, somebody add up, Hakiyama, type in what is 648 meters to convert that to us. I hate when they do the meters stuff, but it's okay. Other countries, y'all got kilometers and all that stuff. Well, I don't even know what that is in America, right? Could you add that up? I want to know what that is in miles. I want to know what that is. 648 meters. What is that? How far down is this?
Into two large cubic structures.
Shout out to Yahoo Southbound Yasha'ah.
Measuring approximately 80 meters per side. The entire structure extends approximately...
And calculate that to miles, please. It's 1,097 feet. Calculate that to miles.
2 kilometers beneath the surface and extends beneath
2 kilometers beneath the surface.
All 3 pyramids of the Giza Plateau complex. Mainstream Egyptology tells us that the Giza pyramids were tombs for pharaohs Khufu.
All right. So now I just wanted to bring out that revelation. Let me see if I need to break down something else they say. Oh, yeah, look at that. This is all a lie from the Lake of Fire. Y'all know what was lifting these monolithic? Y'all remember that from the last study? Those doggone Nephilim. Y'all remember the last study I showed? The Nephilim carrying the big bricks. Right? That's the image from the thumbnail, one of the images. Nephilim had it on the pole. That's why these people saying this not true. When they talk about these people lifted these this ain't true at all. They still be trying to build one of these right now from 2,000 years ago. 37 such and such miles in the earth. Okay? Yes. Giants were lifting those bricks. Facts. All right?
Using ramps, sledges, and levers. But the redundant mathematics in their construction, which include pi, the golden ratio, and the speed of light, along with the testimony of today's expert architects, suggests that the official story does not hold up.
His story, the lie. That was a lie. They're like, man, that's a lie. These people, the mathematics, all of the stuff that they was doing, we can't even replicate.
The massive underground structure revealed by the recent SAR data shows what appears to be a mechanical or functional system, and this has been hypothesized in the past. Nikola Tesla believed that the pyramids could harness Earth's natural frequency.
Tesla believed that they served a higher purpose and what was investigating through them throughout his life. What did he find so alluring about that? Because he's wicked. This is where they get these fallen angel stuff. I don't know if Tesla actually personally was wicked. I don't want to bear false witness. But the science and stuff that they were creating, the serpent seed fallen angel used it for wicked means. Right? Because I don't want to bear false witness against his life. I don't know him personally. I remember watching his story back in the days, but I don't remember it enough verbatim to know if he was purposely doing wicked acts. All right. But anyway, these things that they were discovering, the world was using it for wicked means. Okay. So he said he believed that they served a higher purpose. These pyramids, investigating them throughout his life. What did he find so alluring? He wondered if they weren't giant transmitters. That's what they were. A thought that coincided. They actually were. They were transmitted of communication, energy. They were a landing strip, a portal. It's how they communicated with the fallen and stuff. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
This arguably inspired his experiments in wireless energy transmission and scalar waves. In the Giza power plant, Christopher Dunn argued that the Great Pyramid was a power-generating machine using resonant and acoustic forces.
A fallen angel generating power machine. Absolutely. All right, let's get started. All right? And look what they said. It's remarkable that the Dagon mythology reflect another lingua advantage paleophysics. All right? The stone course of the pyramid, modern atomic quantum mechanical theory. See, all of this modern atomic mechanical theory, pi, what's name equals MC squared, the gravitational forces, all of these so-called, they got all of this from fallen angel. These Greek, what's his name, Pythagoras, and even Egypt and Amenhotep and all of these people, they got, this is all fallen angel knowledge. That's why he said the Dagon language, the Dagon signs and conceptualized quantum particles. All right, I wanted to bring out the this first about the pyramids. Now, let me do this. I just want to do this while I break some of this down. Let me put this on the screen while I break this. All right, I can leave that on the screen. The pyramids. We're getting started with the lesson now. One of the most stunning, powerful discoveries that's been unveiled, modern, okay, was in 2000. There was an architect who took a research trip to Egypt in 2019. And he took a picture standing next to the oldest pyramid in the world. The oldest pyramid in the world is called the Djoser. I'm going to bring this out in a second. All right? And it was supposed to be erected in 2600 BC, 2660 BC. Okay? The Djoser, Djoser pyramid. Okay? Now, let me find my picture. Let me stop share. Y'all know me. I'm going to show y'all images. Y'all know how I do. Praise the Most High for the diligence. You know I don't just talk to y'all. I show y'all receipts. So I left myself a note. Grab this picture. Grab the architectural mirror. So let me find it. I know I opened it. Which one is the architectural mirror? I don't see it. Well, I can find it. Let me go to my screenshots. Let me get this set up. The architectural. Oh, I know why, because I didn't open up that, but it's okay. Let me find it. I know I got to find it. It will be in one. So it'll be in downloads, I think. It'll be in downloads. There they are. All right. So now let me just double click the download. Praise them. All right. And let me find architectural mirror. Let me find my first one, because I got a lot of receipts for y'all. There we go. I praise y'all. I put some work in on this study. Y'all know I do every study. Y'all know I put some serious time in. I barely get sleep, honestly. All right, so let me come back to y'all. Praise the Most High. Come back to y'all. Let me present, share screen, window, bang, share. Now let me see what y'all see. Okay, that's small. So it's going to be hard to do. I'm going to have to make these images bigger. But what this image says, I'm going to walk this down. It says, architectural mirror, the oldest stone temple in the world, the Djoser. It's an architectural mirror of the oldest mud brick temple in the world. Listen guys, this is the Djoser's Egyptian temple at Saqqara. All right? Look at this. The Hindu excavations, 1945 through 1949, Eridu, Fuad Safar Muhammad Al-Mustafa Lloyd Seaton. This is the receipt of this excavation. Yes, Eridu again. Let me just do it correctly. Let's do this. It's going down tonight. There's going to be a lot of revelation and tie-in tonight. Let me stop share. Let me do this. Present, share screen. Let's go window. Let me go here. Let me grab this. Let me come back to y'all. Bang, share. Let me see what y'all see. Bingo. Now, let me go back. Let me go forward. This right here was the image of Mount Ararat, where the Noah's Ark landed. Y'all remember, I'm not going to go through this whole thing. I'm just going to bring it, we're going to tie it up, right? And then, y'all remember the image right here? So this is where, so they went north off the ark, right? And then they started getting compounds, settlements here, and then they ended up at Lake Ermia here and made the first real compound, and they named this what they call Shinar, but it was Sumar, the first Shamar, right? From Shem, he landed it. And then we know that Cush and Ham and them and Japheth, they went and settled everything, and Cush landed in these mountains. They're called the mountain of Cush up here. And this is where Nimrod was born, up here, and he got visited. Something happened here, right? Nimrod got the coat of Adam from Cush. Y'all remember, now we're tying it up. All right, now I'm breaking this down because I need to break this pyramid down. We walking down, right? So after they settled here, Shem's descendants, Aram, Ashur, Elam, Arphaxad, traveled down here. That's this, right? So Halaf is Aram. He traveled here and settled this area. This is the Tigris and the Euphrates right here. This is right after the flood, right? Ashur, Shem's son, these are Shem's son. He's founded the settlement Hasuna here. Both of them together created another city, Samara, here. This is where the modern Nineveh, where Nimrod built later. And then Arphaxad, he went down here and he settled the Ubaid region down here. And then Elam, he went and settled Susiana, right? Over there, over here. Susiana, over here. This is the other image. This is the image of where, so now the image focuses on Arphaxad because Cush and Nimrod followed Arphaxad and conquered Arphaxad. This is how Nimrod took over the world and created the Tower of Babel, right? So now, this is Elam went here, and that's brother, what's his name? I think it's the brother from Germany. I forgot your Hebrew name now. He said this is interesting because his dad was raised in this region, and it's going to come out later in this series, brother. A lot of fruit. Shout out to Lanya in the building. That's guys, that's Sister Linda Llewellyn. She got her Barayah name. So Sister Linda Llewellyn, her name is now Lanya. Shalom, Sister Lanya. May the Most High cover and bless you in your Barayah name. She come in the name of the Father. All right, so now I'm gonna go to the next one. Now, after Arphaxad went and settled this region right here. See, that's Arphaxad's region. That's Elam's region. From the mountains of Cush, Nimrod got a visit. Something happened, fallen angel, and they came and they followed Arphaxad. Now Cush, Ham's descendant, they were supposed to take another allotment. Noah and them gave an allotment of land mass, and Shem got a big land mass of the Mediterranean all the way to Afra, to the northeast Africa, all the way through what they call the Middle East and all that. Ham got all this land, and Japheth got all this land. But Cush descended Nimrod. He, with his wickedness visitation, he chose to follow and take Arphaxad's land. Now, this right here is where Arphaxad, he came from Lake Numer and he settled this area right here. And he created the cities of Uruk, Eridu, and Lakash. Now, this is of the Chaldeans, all right, where Abraham and Terah were born. But this is before Nimrod and Cush came, all right? Nimrod came and conquered them. So it was Shemitic land. This is the Fertile Crescent Levant region. The same one that the Most High kept saying, go get your land back, because Canaan came. But Nimrod came and conquered it first. I didn't know that before this lesson, this study, before breaking this down. So right here, Nimrod came down from the mountains, his visitation, fallen angel, and he conquered Uruk. This is called Erech. Erech first, Nimrod and Cush, and destroyed Arphaxad's people and took over Uruk. Then he came and they conquered the city of Ur, of the Chaldean. Then he conquered Eridu and Lachesh. Then he went over and he conquered Elam's land, Susiana and Susa and stuff. And then they call it the Great Northern Expansion. He went up and he conquered Ashur and Aram. He conquered Halaf and Hasuna. And later, see, that's the great expansion of the Ubaid after he took it over. So Nimrod took all this over, Shemitic land, and then he went up and he conquered all of Ashur. He took all of Shem's descendants' land, Nimrod. This is where, and first Babylon was created here. Y'all remember from the last lesson, right? We're gonna go. More gonna come out tonight. A lot. The first Babylon was here, at Eridu. It was two Babylons. This was the first one. Then he created another Babylon up here when he took Nineveh and Calneh and stuff. So Nimrod, after he took it over, this is what he ended up conquering. Everything. He conquered the whole of Shem's, the Fertile Crescent, the Mesopotamic region, and then he conquered the world. Up, down, that's these arrows. That's Nimrod, the great mighty. All right, now I wanted to show y'all that because this is the Eridu. So y'all see it again right here. See, city of Ur, Euphrates, Uruk, Eridu. And Kish is Cush. He took it over and named cities after himself. All right? That's not his land. All right. And I wanted to show y'all that because this is the Eridu right here. Y'all going to hear that. Uruk, Erech, and Eridu. So y'all remember that. All right. Now let's go back. Stop share. Let me go back. Present. Share screen. This is going to be a wonderful lesson. There was a lot of work put in. Now, share. Now, this is Doja's. This is the first pyramid. Let me explain. After the flood. Guys, y'all going to learn so much through this series. The first Egyptian pyramid after the flood in the New World was this Doja pyramid. Now, look what it says. Eridu excavations, 1945 through 1940. These lands are still there. This is what you call modern day Iraq, Syria, Turkey. They call it the Middle East. Okay? Eridu. Now, this is Doja's Egyptian temple at Saqqara. It was built in 2650. I'm going to show y'all receipts tonight. All receipts. BC. They call it the early Bronze Age 3. Now look at the temple. This is the first pyramid temple, the Joses. Now look, I want y'all to see how it's built. See the man? Look at the doorway. Y'all remember last week's lesson when they showed Nimrod and they showed that huge door? And you were like, dang, look how big the doorway. All right? I want y'all to look at the long vertical inset recesses. Look at the structure build, right? Look at the high inset door and the zigzag niche wall design. Now, watch this. Yes, Donnie, it's gonna come out. His whole region, what they call Kazakhstan, but all of that's gonna come out, Donnie, through this series. All right, now I remember I thought it was you. Now look at the first. Now what y'all about to find out? Me too. I was amazed that after the Tower of Babel, after the flood, right? They landed on Mount Ararat. They went east. They went to Lake Umir. They got their allotment of land. This is all virgin land. There is no Egypt. Let me explain. There is no Egyptians. There is no pyramids. There is none of that. Yes, Kurdistan. And you're gonna see on the lesson what it was called. Now, there is no. This was some dope stuff that for me to find out from y'all. I was like, this is crazy. There is no Egypt. That meaning there is no, right? Because the 3 sons of Noah, where we're going to go there, they had to repopulate the earth with their families. So this is the first Egyptian temple that was built after the Tower of Babel. All right. Now, the first Egyptian pyramid temple, the Djoser's Egyptian temple at Saqqara, y'all see what it looks like. This is what they created it from. Nimrod's temple at Eridu. Now look at, I'm gonna got more receipts. I'm gonna show y'all much more receipts, which they built at 2850 BC. This is Uruk 3 expansion, Ubaid expansion 3. Now remember for the other lesson I told y'all, I said the Ubaid expansion, that's when Nimrod came down and took over the city of Uruk, Erech, and Eridu from Arphaxad's land allotment. And he conquered and enslaved them and took it over, and they called it the Ubaid expansion period, right? And there was, it's Ubaid 1, 2, 3, and it keeps going. And I said from Ubaid, in between Ubaid 2 and Ubaid 3 is when the Tower of Babel was built, okay? Right here. So what I'm about to bring out tonight is plenty of receipts for the last lives we were doing. I had enough receipts in these last lives. The Most High gave me more. Talk about breadcrumbs. He do more than breadcrumbs. Now, this is the 2850, and I'm gonna bring receipts for the timeline too, just so y'all can understand. I got plenty of receipts tonight. So this is 2850 BC during Uruk 3. Now, in the last lesson, I said from Uruk 2 and Uruk 3 is when they start to build the Tower of Babel. This right here is Uruk 3 expansion, and the expansion is when I showed when Nimrod started to go up and expand and take over, when he started to take over Asher's land, the Halath, and the Hasuna, and the Samara, and he took it all over. They call it a northern expansion because it was the southern Shemitic plain. This is why the Canaanite and the Phoenician and the Sumerian language is called Shemitic languages because it was Shem's land. All right, now, right here, this was Nimrod's temple at Eridu. And I'm going to explain, this is where the Tower of Babel come from. Now, y'all look at the construction, right? Look at the door. Look at the high inset door. Look at the zigzag wall design. Look at the long vertical inset recesses. And then look at the first pyramid that the Egyptians built. It's the same. Yeah, it looked like the White House. It's the same. So the first pyramid that was built in Egypt was a replication of Nimrod's building the temple for the Tower of Babel of Eridu. I'm going somewhere. The Egyptians took, because that's Mitzrayim, that's not Cush. Their lineage is bloodline. These are Ham's descendants. Mitzrayim, Egypt is they didn't follow Shem, Arphaxad, and conquer them. Cush did that. Cush got visited in the mountains. Cush was the one that gave his son Nimrod, stole the coat from Adam and Eve. The coat. Remember the last lesson? The bloody coats, which was actually will be a curse. And Nimrod put it on and became a mighty man, got powers. That was Cush. Cush came and conquered Shem. But then Cush also went, and that's this, I have to stop sharing and show it. Remember when I showed, he said Cush, Nimrod took over the whole expansion, and then it showed the arrows going left and right? He went over and took over Mitzrayim's land too. Nimrod, under Nimrod, Cush went and conquered the whole earth. Nimrod was the mighty man on the earth in that time. He was the king of the world. He took over Shem, he took over Ham, and he took over Japheth land. Nimrod, he conquered the whole world. When he conquered Mitzrayim, that's when the fallen angel, Mitzrayim, that's when the Nephilim start to manifest itself in Egypt, Mitzrayim. That's how they started to serve these. And you see, so once he conquered Mitzrayim, Egypt, and mixed his seed, fallen angels, they started worshiping the fallen angel gods. Egyptians, Mitzrayim did. And the first pyramid was an actual first pyramid of, yes, he said, he referenced the 14 degree and a 1 to 40. King. The first, yes, unique. The first pyramid was an exact replication of Nimrod's temple in Eridu. And you know what Nimrod Day is. You know that's Christmas. You know who Nimrod is from the 120 lessons, right? Now, the shout out to Swift in the building. Shout out to Swift over there in the building. Now, I'm gonna show y'all plenty of receipts. I got a lot of receipts in there. It's gonna be a very important lesson, very good, strong lesson. Now, let me break down what's happening here. Now, the last temple that Nimrod built, okay? There's a last temple. I'm gonna show y'all all of this. The last temple that Nimrod built at Eridu was an almost identical design to the first temple that was built by Doja 200 years later. So this temple, first pyramid in Egypt that Doja built, was 200 years later from when Nimrod built his last temple. I'm going to show y'all the temple. I'm going to show y'all Nimrod's first all the way up to the Tower of Babel. Y'all going to have the receipts, so y'all going to see the pictures. So you can see the time frame, 280-50 BC to 260-50 BC, 200 years. All right? So it was 200 years later that the Joseph, but it's an identical, almost identical design to the last temple that Nimrod built at Babel before he died, and the first temple, the first Egyptian pyramid temple. All right. There appears to be a direct architectural connection between the oldest first stone temple in Egypt and the last mud brick temple in Babel. This is the first Babylon in Eridu. It was Babel, the first one. This is the first one. It's 2 Babylons, all right, in Eridu. I showed y'all Eridu on the screen, all right? Now, the 3 ways that the Joseph's Egyptian temple mirrors of Nimrod's Eridu temple in architecture is the outer wall of both temples features a niched, notched, zigzag design. Both temples feature a high vertical decorative doorway inset. The doors of both temples are high and it features a recessed niche. It's very obvious that when Djoser built the first stone temple on earth in Egypt, this is the first stone temple in Egypt ever on earth. Okay, ever on earth. He borrowed it directly from the architectural design of Nimrod. Okay. They have found excavations of the temple of Enki at Eridu. And now what it looked like. Now, Enki is the Sumerian Anunnaki god. We're going to break all this down. Nimrod built the Tower of Babel, guys, y'all going to find, I'm going to show y'all with receipts, was actually a temple, a pyramid. So you say before those pointed pyramids, the Tower of Babel, he was building a temple for Enki. And it was the god Enki, the Anunnaki fallen angel god. And it was supposed to build it. Nimrod was saying he was going to build it up and have the god Enki destroy the god Yah, the Most High, the creator. These gods, this fallen angel god. All right. Now, show show the pic of the world's, oh, okay, let me do that one. Show, I wrote myself notes. Show this image, because I got so much to show. I had to leave myself notes. Show the pic of the, let me see, let me try to find it. Pic of the world's oldest. Let me go here. Let me see. I could probably find it. I don't mind if y'all see it. Let me see, because I'm going to come back. The world's, okay, so it must be going the other way. Let me go back the other, hold on, I kind of moved that to the side. Oh, man, come on, bro. I hate when it does that. Let me grab it. There we go. There we go. Now let me move it to the side. Pick up the world's oldest. All right. I must didn't grab that pic. All right, let me get back to this. I'm gonna do this correctly, y'all. Yeah, we're going somewhere. Y'all hang on. So let me see. What did I wrote myself? Show the pic. I must didn't show a pic of the world's oldest pyramids. Pyramid echoes the Tower of Babel. 226. All right. All right. So anyway, let me stick with this for now. World's 5. Okay, let me break this down. So I must have had a pic of the world's oldest pyramids, but okay. Oh, maybe it's in my download. Maybe it's somewhere else. All right. Anyway, let me do this. It's okay. Whatever I don't get, I'll get another time. All right. So with the mass exodus of the okay. So when the Tower of Babel was built and the Most High dispersed everybody, right? Y'all know the story in Genesis, Barashayah. When the Most High confounded the tongue and he dispersed people around the land. It was an exodus away from the Tower of Babel. All right. Now, the construction of all the families who built the Tower of Babel, the construction and the design was universally understood by all of the families who went out. Okay? Everyone, the Nimrod was the king of the earth in the time, and he made everyone help in the design of the Tower of Babel under like slave conditions. So the construction design, every nationality of people who spread after Tower of Babel, they universally understood how to build these temples. So that within 200 years from the Tower of Babel is when we start to see a collection of huge monumental pyramids and ziggurats constructed all over the world. So as everybody left the Tower of Babel and the Most High confounded their tongues and they went out north, south, east, and west across the four corners of the planet Earth, this is where now you start getting, listen guys, pyramids built, ziggurats constructed. These structures were echoes and replications of the architectural design of Nimrod's Tower of Babel. Okay, so the Tower of Babel had its appearance. I'm going to show y'all the tower in a second. I'm going to show y'all how Nimrod built these things. It had an appearance similar to what they call the stepped pyramid of Djoser in Egypt, and the Caral, C-A-R-A-L, ziggurat, Z-I-G-G-U-R-A-T, in Peru. Now, we're going somewhere. We're going here tonight. Now, what you see is called the stepped pyramid right here. And Nimrod built the Tower of Babel with the step. You're going to see it tonight. The stepped pyramid, the way that it was built. And Nimrod built it with mud brick temples, the way he built his temples, okay? And building the Tower of Babel, all right? It's called the stepped, all right? Let me leave that on the screen like that, all right? So now, the world's 5 oldest pyramids on Earth. That's why I started this lesson with the pyramids and today's what they found under the Pyramid of Giza and all of this stuff. That they found these celestial tombs and stuff. They learned, now listen guys, every archaeological construction they learned from Nimrod building the Tower of Babel. And Nimrod learned this fallen angel stuff when he put on the coat from Adam, from the last lesson. But I'm ahead of myself, but we walking it on down, Delara Shah. Okay, we're walking it on down. All right. Now, the world's five oldest pyramids, right, is from Dynasty 3. It's the first pyramid ever built was the Djoser's Step Pyramid with hieroglyphs at the Djoser's. The Djoser, D-J-O-S-E-R. They call it D3, and it equals the start of the Old Kingdom. This Egyptian pyramid and civilization was from 2667 to 2648 BC, okay? And it was built in the 27th century BC during the third dynasty for the burial of the pharaoh Djoser. Now, this temple, this stepped pyramid, was built for the burial of the pharaoh Djoser by his vizier, y'all know him, called Imhotep. Imhotep was a multi-genius Egyptian. Imhotep was one of the fathers of modern medicine, sorcery, witchcraft, pharmakeia. Imhotep. He had this temple step pyramid of Djoser with the hieroglyphs inside, built for the pharaoh Djoser. Okay. The second, I was supposed to show my pyramids. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I must have, I've been doing a lot, so I'm sorry. I don't have these images. I can't be perfect. Only the Most High is perfect. So the second pyramid is from the first king of Dynasty 4. It's the Pharaoh Sneferu. Let me see if I got it somewhere else. Let me check my other one. Is it here? Let me see, because I might have it somewhere else. I have so much to bring out. I might have didn't grab that one. Oh, I can show that one too. I didn't even show that one. What's this one? Okay, I can show that one later. All right. So this one ain't the temple. That's the cuneiforms, right? I'll show that later. Okay. And then this one is what? The time frame. Yes. Nimrod. Okay. The broad. Yes. Okay. The first pyramids. Okay. Well, I can show that in a second. Matter of fact, let me show that. I can show that now. I can show that receipt now. Let me double click it and open it. Right. And then, so let me come back to y'all. Sorry, guys. I got so much. So it's hard. It's like a puzzle piece to walk this down to do y'all justice. Okay. Dag, I don't know what I said, Unique. He said repeat. Now, Kiama, you remember what the last statement I said? Unique said, can you repeat the end of your last statement? I don't remember what I said. Sorry. All right, so let me stop share. Let me go present, share screen, window. I want to share this one now. Share. Let me see what y'all see. Yes. So this is Nimrod's. This is receipts. I give receipts to the dates and times. Nimrod founds the Tower of Babel and Eridu in 3200 BC, right? This is Nimrod's temple archaeological levels at Tel Abu Shaharim and Eridu and Babel. I'm going to show y'all receipts of the modern, how they found these excavations, the pottery, all of it, right? So the archaeological stratum of levels of Nimrod's temple. It's in the Ubaid archaeological period called the Ubaid 1. Now remember I said Ubaid 2 and 3 is where Nimrod started to build the Tower of Babel. This is after this Ubaid stuff. What this is, guys, is when after the ark landed in Ararat, when Shem got his allotment, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, they got their allotment of land, and Shem was taking his fertile crescent region of land that he was given, and Arphaxad went down, right? And Elam went here, and Asher and Aram went there, right? I showed you on the screen. And then Cush, instead of following where he got, he went up into the mountains, and Nimrod was born there in those mountains, right? They call it the mountains of Cush. And that's when he got the coat from Cush of Adam's skin, the skins from the Genesis curse, the sin, and he got visited. He got his fallen ass when Nimrod became fallen angel. Then he came from those mountains and he went down and followed Aphaxai into the Uruk, Eridu, and of the Chaldees. That's a Shemitic. And he conquered Aphaxai at Uruk, and he named it. This region became Ubaid. Period. Ubaid. So once Nimrod and Cush came, the Nimrod, and conquered Aphaxai's land, that started Ubaid 1. This is after the flood, 3200 BC. Nimrod founds Uruk and Babel, according to Genesis 10 and 10. All right? It's called urbanism. These were the first cities. Let me explain. The first cities built, and this is going to tie into Akyana's document. Akyana noticed there's something going on with the cities. I got so much to piece together. I hope I can. I wrote myself notes too. Okay. I was supposed to do the pyramids third. I was supposed to do the Mark of Cain first, and I was supposed to do Beresoas second, and then the pyramids, and then the Canaanite, and then Nimrod. I'm backwards. I'm sorry. Well, it is what it is. All right, so I'm just starting backwards. So let me do this, because I probably need to come back, because we're going. All right. So anyway, puzzle pieces coming together. Now, this is where the first cities were introduced. All right, after the flood. So in 3200 BC, Nimrod found Uruk, meaning he conquered Aphaxai's land of Uruk. They call it Erech. And that's Genesis 10 and 10. Akiyama, she can put scriptures, right? And he created urban living, the first cities, okay? After the flood. Wyatt, we're talking after the flood, Wyatt. This is Cain ain't after the flood. All right? We're remember, so stay focused, Wyatt. We're talking after the flood. All right. Now, I guess you're saying wasn't the first cities built by Cain? Yes. Sorry, Wyatt. I think he's just making a statement that, yes, the first cities before the flood was built by Cain and his descendants. Yes. And then the first cities after the flood was by still Nimrod following after this Cain spirit. All right. Thank you, Wyatt. Sorry for misunderstanding what you were right. All right. So now that's 3200 BC. 3100 BC was this Ubaid second period. Nimrod is conquering all of Aphaxai's land. Chaldeans, all of that, right? Then 3000 BC was the Ubaid third expansion. That's when Nimrod conquered all of Aphaxai's land, the of the Chaldeans, Eridu, and Uruk, and he named Eridu Babylon, the first Babylon. And after he conquered it, he conquered Elam, Susiana, and all that. Then he started to travel up. They call it the northern expansion. That's why it says Ubaid 3 expansion. That expansion means slavery. He was enslaved. He went after Asher and Aram. These are descendants of Shem after the flood. He took over Hasuna, Halath, and Samara in the Mesopotamic region. And this is when he founds Nineveh up in Samara's region, Genesis 10 and 11. This is when he starts to build, starting the foundation of building the Tower of Babel. Now, in 2950 BC, the Ubaid 4, this is the archaeological receipts, how this information came about. They got mass production of bread factories using bevel rim bowls and cupola dome ovens. These excavations that happened in the 1800s over there in what you call Iraq, right? What you call the Fertile Crescent. Now they call it the Middle East, right? Over there out is Shem's land. So-called black people, it's most of your land, all right? Where those converts over there now are fighting the Philistines and stuff, Palestinians and all that. They ain't none of their land, right? It's our land. It was given to Shem. Philistines are not Shemitic either. All right, now, they found mass productions of bread factories using bevel rim bowls and dome ovens, all right? And then early Uruk period 1, 2900, early Uruk period 3, the last temple of Enki before he built the Tower of Babel, all right? Then in the late Uruk 3, the Tower of Babel in Genesis 11, and Nimrod invented writing, the first written language written after the flood. This is Sumeria. This is cuneiform writing. Okay. Then after, in 2750, they call it the Jemet Nasser. Okay. So the Tower of Babel enlarged this platform. I'm going to show y'all this stuff. Let me just do this, and I'm going to show y'all images of this stuff. I'm going to show y'all actual visual. You know how I do. Late Uruk through expansion, right? Then they abandoned the temple platform at 2750, and it was a surge and a peak of written inscriptions, cuneiforms, hieroglyphs, because this is before the written hieroglyphs of Egypt temples. Understand? So now, after Nimrod, he did the invention of the writing after the flood. And it started with his culture of Sumeria writing cuneiform. Okay? We were speaking. The Habariyah tongue language that the Most High took back at the Tower of Babel was spoken. It wasn't written. Nimrod did the first writing system, and it was a surge peak of written inscriptions around 27 BC. Around 27 to 2300, the first pyramids were built. I just showed y'all. It's the early dynastic period 1. They abandoned the temple platform of Nimrod. Then 2300, the Akkadian civilization came from the Sumer, from Nimrod. And they built the New Babylon, was founded, that later became occupied by Nebuchadnezzar the First. That's the New Babylon. So no, yes, Eridu was renamed Babylon. Absolutely, Roberta. The first one that was down there. Now 2300 BC, the New Babylon is further up. It's actually ancient Samara. It's when he went up and took Asher and Aram's land, where Nimrod, the northern expansion, and he made the New Babylon there, where you call Nineveh, and that's where he got his cities, where he built his strong cities. And that's the New Babylon was occupied there by Nebuchadnezzar. Then abandoned the temple, and then Ziggurat of the of Namu built on Nimrod's abandoned platform. We're going to show all that. I'm going to show all of this stuff. Y'all going to see visuals of this. In 3 of 2100 BC, 2100 BC, Namu builds the famous Ziggurat after it lay vacant and abandoned by Nimrod for 750 years. All right. Now I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about. I know y'all like, what is all of that? That's later in the lesson. I don't want to show that now. That's the lesson. That's what I'm about to go to in a minute. So let me show y'all. Let me do this. Let me show y'all some images of what I was just talking about. Because since I just broke that down, let me give y'all the images. Okay, I want to show this one first because I didn't show this one. So on that temple, that video we showed, in the video, okay, so let me come back to y'all. In the video we showed of those people showing the modern pyramids, present, share screen, window, bang. When they showed the modern pyramids, Giza, when they showed that those things was underground, this is what's underground. All right, so this is what, let me see if y'all can see. Okay, I'm gonna make it bigger. So this is the underground. This is the 3 Giza. Oh, well, good. So that's the Giza pyramid, right? And this is what's under it. Now, these are the 3 pyramids. right? This is the underground system. I'm gonna give you a scale of what this is the pillars, right? That's wrapped with the coils that's under the pyramid. This is how far down they are in the earth under the pyramid. Now look at the scale. 2 kilometers down. This is the scale. This right here is the Statue of Liberty. Yo, this crazy work. This is the Statue of Liberty. Look at the scale. It didn't reach number 1. This is the building called the Hyperion. This is the Twin Towers that they knocked down. Right? You see the height, right? This is the new One World Trade Center in New York that they built from the Twin Towers. Right? Look at the height. And these are huge. This is the Burj Khalifa. It's probably in India somewhere. Wherever this is, look at the height of that. Right? That reaches 8. The new One World Trade Center reaches about 5 in between. Twin Towers reach 4. The Hyperion reach 1.5. Statue of Liberty reach not even 1. It says in Dubai. Thank you, Dayat. Right? Yeah, that's that strong, tall building. Look at what they built under the pyramids. Just the system underground is bigger than the tallest. And look at the whole pyramid. So this is the top of the pyramid of Giza, and this is what's underground. And look at the map. That's insanely crazy, Brother Jacob, right? Look, that's why perspective is everything. It's all the way up to 20 on this scale. Now, if you go reach the top of it, that's just reaching from the bottom in the earth to the bottom of the pyramids is reaching 20. Look at the size of the Swift, right? That's crazy. That's the magnitude of this. The pyramid. They cannot duplicate. And that goes always so far underground. Yes, as she said, the Giza pyramids all line up with the Sirius star. Because its alignment to speak to the fallen is speaking to the Malaks, Roberta. It was giving them directions where to land, where to pinpoint, where to direct the energies. It's energy weapons. And remember, they got fallen angel knowledge and technology. So Sister Roberta, I'm glad you asked the question. Guys, the thing, what's your name? The thing that was under the ground, these things, right? The other image, right? And they said they were hollow, and then they were, they have helix, spiral things going around it. Those are communication. So the knowledge, Sister Roberta, they was getting, these pyramids they're communicating with the fallen in the realms, in the heavens, the fallen, because the fallen keep falling. So they were getting the instructions. This is how they got their fallen angel technology. So these pyramids are communication devices, landing points, it's everything, energy, everything. They were getting commands, they were getting instructions. It's like their telephone. This is the ancient cell phone. Come on. Thank you, y'all. This is a cell phone to the heavens. Okay? Yes, like their CERN season never stopped. Yes, this is their CERN. And their CERN was crazy more powerful than everything we got today. Because they were here, and that's what they're doing with CERN season never stopped. They're doing the trying to get through the portals and with the black matter and all that. Y'all know my CERN lessons. Yes, this is their 5G tower. You hear? Absolutely. Okay? Yes, and the Grecian Roman columns, all of it. So all of this stuff is fallen angel technology. And even how they built Washington, D.C. You see? All of America. Okay. So let's continue. I got so much to bring out, right? Dayas is more like a 2050 G tower, right? All right. So now I tied that one. So now where am I going to go next? Hold on. I got so much to bring out. It's a puzzle piece. Am I going to stay here or am I going to come back? Let me see. Do I come? we're here. Let's just stay here. We're on the pyramids. Let's stay here. All right. So I had images. I don't got it now. I must didn't grab it. Of the first king dynasty, Pharaoh Sneferu, his pyramid. Then the next pyramid. So the first pyramid was the Djoser one that I showed you, that he modeled after Nimrod's Tower of Babel. I'm going to show you that in a second, right? The second pyramid that was built was called the Bent, B-E-N-T, pyramid at Dashur, D-A-H-S-H-U-R. And it was built under the old kingdom Pharaoh Sneferu under 2600 BC. The third pyramid, it was called a medium. A medium, but in Egypt they call it Midam. Medium. You know what a medium is? When you go to a medium to get transfer energy, it was a second pyramid built by Sneferu. All right? It's called the medium period, or the Madam or the Midam. The third pyramid was called the Red Pyramid, and they also called it the North Pyramid. It was built by Sneferu as well. Then you have a pyramid in Peru, called the Karal Ziggurat. It's the oldest city in the Americas. Yes, wireless communication and that's where we get the cell phone community stuff, all the stuff we got. Remember, in the Egyptian pyramids, they took this stuff down. They had airplanes that they drew in the hieroglyphs, flying airplanes and stuff that looked like the modern airplane today. They took a lot of this stuff down. Okay? Now, they drew airplanes, they drew flying saucers, all this stuff in the pyramids, right? Now, another pyramid was the pyramid in Peru, and it's called the Caral, C-A-R-A-L, Ziggurat. It is the oldest city in the Americas with many pyramids. The oldest to 2600 BC in Peru was the Caral Ziggurat. That's why you got pyramids all over the Americas. This is, Shalom, Sister Kelly Perry, this is after the flood. I mean, after the Tower of Babel, when the Most High confounded the tongues and he spread them, as they spread around, they started building temples, pyramids that they learned from the Tower of Babel. I'm going to walk this down and I'm going to show y'all. They learned the construction from Nimrod building the Tower of Babel. So everywhere they went, the Nimrod conquered the world and they were serving the Anunnaki gods. This is the god El. I'm going to break this down. This is where the Israelites serve Isis Ra-El, this god El, the Elohim, the El Elyon, the El Shaddai, all this El. These are the gods El, Enki and them, fallen angel, Anunnaki, Nimrod. Okay. Now, as they spread across the earth, they built pyramids, temples to the god Enki, Inanna, El. So everywhere that they went, the Sumerians, the Phoenicians, the Sumer, the Ugarites, the Egyptians, Mitzrayim, everywhere they went across even to the wilderness of America, all through Europe, they built temples to the fallen angel gods after the flood. It's because of the mightiest man on earth, Nimrod, even after he died. So then, the fourth dynasty, the second king, he built the Great Pyramid at Giza. Okay? That's the one that's on the screen. All right. Then I had another picture I didn't show. The ziggurats of of Namu, that's at Eridu in That's 2100 BC. From 29, so the Great Pyramid of Giza was 2500 BC, 500 years later. Okay? So show the pic of the ziggurat. Okay, where is my stuff? Okay, I'm not about to mess up this lesson. I had to find my stuff. Because I left myself notes and I don't see what none of that is. Because I said show the ziggurat. Let me show that now, because let me find my stuff. You know, they say give Babylon back their stuff. Find your stuff. Okay, gotta find my stuff. I don't see none of my stuff. All right, hold on. Let me stop sharing that so I can find it. Let me find my stuff. So let's get this part. I got a lot of receipts. Y'all gonna enjoy this. It's some good stuff. Y'all gonna learn a lot tonight, and y'all gonna be able to prove everything with receipts. Y'all can download this stuff and all that, right? That's what it's about, teaching. That's what we do here. We teach. We just don't talk on our own accord. We show receipts. So you can download this stuff and show, and you could teach, and you could show receipts for excavations, archaeological digs, pottery, all this stuff. This is all facts. This ain't no made up nothing. It's in the land. The receipts are in the earth. You heard? The temples, the pyramids, they all over the world. All right, so let me find my receipt. Let's get this going. So let me get that one. Okay, so what is it? Go ahead.
There are a few questions when you're able to take them.
I could take them now while I'm finding my receipts. So what's the first question?
I'll do the one from Ayashia first. She asks, how are the Egyptians able to get up and down the pyramids as they built to the highest part?
Because the Nephilim built them. They didn't get up and down the pyramids. The giants. So look at my thumbnail. You see those giants that's standing tall as giraffe? So if you watch the last live we did, I showed the giant. Matter of fact, I probably got it right here. Let me see, because I'm in that one right now. Where is it? Hold on. I can show you right now because I'm in there looking for what I need to bring out. Okay, so it's in this other one. Let me grab it. I can show it right now. Well, since we're here. There we go. This right here. This, sister. Let me double click it. And then let me come to y'all. I think that was a sister. Was that a sister, Hakiyama? Present, share screen.
No, it's Ayashia.
Who? Ayashia? Who? I can't see her here. See her.
Yes, it was her.
Ayashia. Oh, okay. So share. All right. So this, guys, is how they see the stones. You see these Nephilim carrying the stones? See them? These Nephilim was placing these stones up. They're giants. So you see, this is what you call an obelisk, right? They got it in Washington, D.C., the Washington Monument. This is Nimrod's phallic, this penis. That's why they use it everywhere. This is the symbolism of Nimrod's penis. Look at the size of this obelisk, right? And look at the size of the Egyptians. See? Holding the obelisk like that. So for them, they could climb up the pyramid and they can do the work, which man could never do. It's fallen angel technology. So the Egyptians and all of them, they documented, let me explain, guys. They documented exactly how they did it. That's why these people, well, that's these serpents. They want to dilute history, and they want to misdirect it and cover things because they're trying to manipulate. But everything is written in the cave walls and the cuneiforms. That's why I say the Most High left breadcrumbs and everything. So these same Egyptians drew what the Hebrews look like too. And they don't look like those people over there in the land calling themselves some doggone, these converts calling themselves, the Egyptians drew what we look like too. You heard? They drew everything. That's what they were. And the the Assyrians did it, the Persians did it, the Sumerians did it, the Phoenicians did it, the Egyptians did it, they all did it. They drew themselves, and they drew who they enslaved, and they drew how they built the pyramids and stuff. But they tried to, remember my last lesson, I told you all the giants in the days? Remember last one we broke down, there was giants everywhere. And some of them were tall as the biggest cedar tree, the Amorites in them, right? Some of them were called the big giants of giants, okay? All right. So that's how, yeah, Babylonians, that's how. All right, so now, go ahead. You can do the next question while I look for, I got to look for my stuff.
And Taj is backstage. I'm so sorry.
All right, I'll do that after I find my stuff.
Okay.
Stay there, Taj. I'll let you in after. I need to find this so I don't mess this lesson up. Where's my
Since
stuff?
you were talking about the Nephilim, we can go to, I think it was Roberta's question. She asks, in your studies, have you ever heard of female Nephilim? If so, maybe Nimrod got one of them in that area after getting the animal skins, perhaps.
Okay. Perhaps. Sorry, guys. I have to focus on what. Hold on. Let me stop share. What am I? I don't know what y'all seeing. So, okay. That's that one. That's that one. Okay, let me see. Where's that? That breaks down where they went. Okay, good. I'm gonna break that down. That's coming up in a lesson. That's the Hebrew script. That's the God of. Okay, and then okay. So maybe I must just didn't save it. That must have been an error. I was so tired doing so much. Okay, but I got that. So I got that, and then this is the temple. Right? Because I named it. The Temple 1, Archaeology at Eridu, Archaeology, okay, and Temple 1. And what did I need myself in the note? I said, pick up the ziggurat. Where is that? Rebuilt the tower, okay? The ziggurat, okay, so let me see. But I know what I can do. Give me 1 second, guys. Go here. Maybe it's here. All right. So
would you like me to do a prayer while you look?
Yes, do a prayer really quick. Thank you. Let me find what I need.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Hope you can hear me okay. Shabbat Shalom, Yah. We are gathered here to get today, your children. We are gathered in your presence, in your love, in your arms. We are gathered in your manifold image. We thank you for all that you've done for us, all that you are doing for us, aware and unawares, how you work for us in ways that we cannot comprehend, and how you work in ways that are most honorable for our good. Even if it be the things that we do not desire, you know the end of all things. You know what will come, you know what will be, and we are just, it is just a blessing to bask in your presence and be among your images. And in this place that we are in, every direction we look, as we look at one another, we see you and we thank you and we just love you. And we come to express our love to you. Tayada Yaya, thank you. And may your will be done on earth as it is in the Shemayim. Praise the Most High Yaya. Amen.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Akiyama. All right, so I'm probably gonna have to do that again because I don't want to slow up the lesson, but I got so much more to bring out. So I'm gonna do that again on probably next time to show that because I gotta find it. So I must have been so tired that I couldn't grab all of my images, but I still got a lot to bring out, but I can't find that one now. So, and it sucks because that was a dope one, bro. It was really good. It's in this lesson, but I wanted to show the picture of it. And I got it. I probably just didn't name it. And I don't want to tell y'all what it is because I wanted it to be a surprise, right? I wanted it to be a surprise. And now I can't find it. That's going to make me so upset. But anyway, I'll bring it out. So where is it, bro? Let me see. Is it over there? I don't know where it is, bro. So, and it's so funny because someone talked about it tonight and I had the actual image of it. I got it somewhere. It's probably best it's somewhere in this lesson. It's somewhere in one of my images. I just can't find it because I'm live and it's like pressure, pressure cooker. All right, so I don't want to mess up the lesson. Let me move on to something else. All right, let me keep going. All right, I'm scrolling. I'm trying to see if I could find where it's at And I know I'm probably just scrolling right past it. All right, so anyway, let me see if I can find it really, really quick. Not there, no. Nimrod founds Babel, he founds Nineveh, the first pyramids, okay. Then I go past them, okay, they abandoned it. Kingdom of Nimrod, right? First expansion. All right, let's do, I don't even see that one. That's crazy. All right, so let's do this. Let's do this one. What? I don't even see that one. Let me make sure I don't see that one. That got to be there. Let me grab it.
You
Yeah,
want
there.
Psalms 148?
No, I'm about to get started. That's okay. All right. So, oh no, I don't see that. So that's, yep, I did leave. I don't even see that one. That's the main image. I don't see the main image. Let me just make sure it's not over there. Boy, I mean, I left out. Yep, it's not. That's the doggone main image. That's crazy. It's crazy work. All right, so let me screenshot that now. That is, yep, that is crazy. That's my main image. I need to show that. All right, so let me grab that now, because I definitely need to show that. Let me see what am I looking at? Okay. Oh, uh-oh. There we go. So let me screenshot it right now. So I'm gonna show that, and then how can I do it? I'll do this like this, and I'll cut it right here. Bang. All right. So now I got that. That's crazy work. I didn't even have a main image for tonight. I'm tripping. All right, so let me double click it. All right, and let me go. Let's go there now, since I was just breaking down the expansion. I'm sorry I put a what's the name, a gap in our lesson. All right, so now I broke down the pyramids after the flood and the time frame that they were being built, right? So now I'm going to show you the Nimrod's temple. Nimrod's, his building of his temple. All right. Show Nimrod's. Okay, here we go. So let me scroll up. That one says show the image of temple 1. All right. So let me show the image of temple 1. All right. These are my notes I left myself. So the image of temple 1. Okay. Give me a second. Go back here. Go back here. Temple 1. Double click. I think I should have that already open somewhere. All right, let me just double click it here. I do got it open, but I can't see now because some of these closed. There we go. Now I can see temple 1 is temple. So I can close this one. I showed that one. Bang. I could close this one. I showed that one. Bang. I can close this one. I showed that one. Bang. I could close this one. I showed that one. Bang. There we go. And then temple 1 is not opened. Now I'm gonna open it now. All right, so go here, grab temple 1. All right, so now I can come back to y'all, I can share screen, right? Sorry guys, it's just a lot of work. Present, share screen, window, temple 1, share. Now I'm gonna break down, stop share, hold on. That's not my image, hold on. Go to here, my downloads. Go to downloads. And then double click. And then scroll over. There we go. Here we go. All right. So now go back. Right? And then go here. And that's it. So come back to you guys. Present, share screen, window. It's this one. Share. Here we go. So this is Temple 1. It's Nimrod's Tower of Babel. I'm about to walk down what's happening. And we're going to walk this down, what happened all the way until the pyramids are built all over the world, right? I'm going to show you the receipts and how. Let me see what y'all see. Okay. Let me move that over to the side so I can still see the chat. And then I can manipulate. So this is Nimrod's Tower of Babel, right? It's going to get clearer. I'm going to have very clear images in a second. But let me do it the way I told myself. So this is the image of Temple 1, all right? So, and the excavation reports from the biblical Babel known in Sumerian literature as Eridu. This is the first Babel at Eridu, right? It's called Tel Abu Sharain right now, okay? There was a series of 17 temples that were excavated. Nimrod, he built these temples one on top of another. I'm going to show y'all a much clearer image in a second. But the first Temple 1 was built in 2875, right? And then he built 17 Nimrod, other temples at Eridu. These were temples called Temple of Enki, this god. And he built these temples. I'm going to show you a clear picture in a second. So he built 17 series of temples, and they were excavated one on top of another over a period of time. The first temple was built very small. I got an image to show you it. Okay, let me show that image. I could probably go over now since I got the image on the screen. I could probably just, close that. I could probably just go back and forth. Yeah. There you go. So this is Nimrod's Tower of Babel at Eridu, this temple build, right? So the first Temple 1 was a very small, let me see. All right, let me see if I can find the one where it shows it. No. All right, let me see if it's this. There we go. All right, so the first temple was very small, right? That's an altar to Enki, the god, right? So the first temple measured 3 by 3 meters, and it featured a burnt offering table made of mud bricks. That's this right here. Hold on, let me move it over so I can work the image while I'm explaining. No, take that, grab it, move it over here. There we go. So right here is a altar, an offering table to the god Enki. This is the image of the Enki god. I'm explaining this in a second. So this is the first temple at Eridu when Nimrod conquered a fact-sized land. He built 17 of these before the Tower of Babel, each one on top of one another. This is the first one. So this right here is the little offering table made of mud bricks, all right? And an architectural niche at one end in which a mud brick platform was placed the idol god Enki on, all right? The last completed temple was huge, okay? I'm gonna show y'all that, right? And it was a large platform. So this one consisted of this temple, the first one consisted of 3 by 3 meters, like the size of a small room or something, right? In a house. And the last temple was consists of 300 times 300 meters. Okay. Now, this right here is the platform niche. Temple featured a special niche area with a raised platform for the idol god of Enki. That's here, right? Then over here, so Enki is the god of fresh water, okay? That's his roller seal. This is the water god. It's the fish god. This is where they get the Dagon. I'm going to get there in a second. This is the Eridu excavations. Here, they had an idol altar there. They had an oven for the sacrifice. They had the entrance. They had a roof support foundation. Here is where they did the burnt offering, the sacrifice of fish. Fish burnt offering altar. The excavations found an altar of mud bricks burnt, and they found large amounts of ash. These are in what you call Iraq, Babylon nowadays, this region. These are excavations that they found. This is where you get fish in Christianity. I'm going to walk this down. I'm going to show y'all more. This is going to be a very important lesson. In the scripture where they got the Dagon, fish god, where the Pope get the fish hat, where they got that fish symbol on the back of the bumper stickers for Christianity, this is where they get this fish in the scripture, where the fish came into the Paleo-Hebrew. I told y'all it came from the Canaanite, the Phoenician, the fallen angel, Sumerian, the Ugarit, right? This Enki was supposed to be the god of the waters, of the marine kingdom, the god of storms, right? This is who Nimrod was worshiping, the god of fresh water. They served fish as their idol. They burnt, their altars was for fish. This is in the first Ubaid, 3175 BC, okay? And then they had the doorway. Excavations found much painted Ubaid pottery in the area near the doorway. So they got the pottery, they got all of the receipts in the doorway, all right? Now, image temple number 2. I was supposed to write myself which one it was, and but anyway, let's just see if I could find number 2. Nimrod's Babel is Eridu and has been excavated 4 times. That's the one I showed y'all before, so that's not number 2. Image temple number 2. All right. That's the same one. Maybe this is number 2. I don't know. All right, let me go to my main image, because this is the first time that I didn't get all my images right. I usually have all my stuff done. And I was so tired, I probably forgot a lot of images. It's messing my lesson up. All right, so let me go to the big image. Let me walk that one down. I'm way out of order, but it's okay. I can still bring understanding. Temple with the pink, green, and yellow. Okay, let's try. Let's see if I can find that. Pink, green, and yellow. Pink, green, yellow. Okay, I found that one. Pink. Okay, so in the pink, let me see if I can do it that way. In the pink, that's in 3200 BC, Nimrod's first mud brick temple of Enki was about 8 by 8 feet in size, small. It had a niche to set up the idol of Enki, I just showed y'all, and a sacrificial altar to offer burnt offerings of goat fish. I'm about to show y'all the image of what the god, the fish god, Dagon, what fish it was. It's goat fish. So this is 3200 BC. That's this one here, the pink, I guess, in the pink, right? That's the small one, right? Temple 17, okay? And B, where's B? I don't know. Well, anyway, between 3200 and 2807 BC, 15 more of these temples were built on top of one another. So they kept building on the same land temples on top of one another. Each new temple that Nimrod and them built grew larger, but it retained the same niche for the idol god Enki and the same altar to burn for their fish offering table. Each temple, okay, the green. In the green, that's this section. In 2875 BC, Nimrod built and completed his last mud brick temple, which is called Temple Number 1. I'm going to show y'all this in a second. In the yellow, right here, 2850 BC, Nimrod starts building the Tower of Babel, the one that we know as the Tower of Babel. That's after 17 other temples were built, all at the same place. All right? So 2850 BC, Nimrod starts building the Tower of Babel. The platform was completed, and he may have started laying the mud bricks of the tower itself. Archaeologically, we have evidence that the platform was built in the late Uruk third expansion period, what I said in my other lesson, 2850 BC, but it lay abandoned for 750 years. After Nimrod died, the tower laid vacant for 750 years after the incompletion, until of Namu built a ziggurat on the vacant platform lot in 2100 BC. Now I say show Nimrod's temple pick 15. Let's see. Let's see. I think that's my big one. All right, let's go. I think I know which one that is. That's the one I just copied. So go to this one. Go to the bottom. Let's see. Let me see. I think it's that one that I just did. This one. Double click. Yes. All right. Now, come back to you guys. I apologize. Stop sharing. I'm trying to do the best I can. It usually runs a lot smoother than this. Window, bang, share. Because y'all know I like to bring y'all receipts of what I'm saying. Now, the first two temples that Nimrod built to Enki were about the size of a guest bedroom in a modern home. All right, now let me show y'all what I'm talking about. This image is an image of all of the temples as they built. It's spread out like a deck of cards, right? From left to right, so that y'all can have, because they built them on top of one another, right? So I'm gonna show y'all. So this, now y'all can see the magnitude. Look at this. This is the first one that I showed y'all, that image. See? So that's the fire. That's the look. They got a Baphomet image of, that's the little altar for Enki. This was the first temple. This before the pyramids. Any pyramid on earth. Let me explain. Any pyramid in America, in Egypt, and everything. This is right after the flood. The earth is cleansed. This is the first pyramid temple built to the fallen angel gods, Enki and them, after Nimrod came from those mountains and whatever happened up there in those mountains, right? And after putting on the coat of Adam's skins, he built this one first, okay? All right? Now, all of Nimrod's temples featured a niche table, raised platform, and a sacrificial burnt offering table to the fish god, to the god of the waters, Enki. So that was the first one. An idol of Enki would have been placed upon the raised platform inside the niche at the north of the temple for worship. This is the Sumerian temple after the flood, where Billy Carson worship of these gods. This is where these Anunnaki gods come from. This is the first god. Niches were common in ancient pagan temples, as seen in the story of when Eli died in 1094 BC and the Philistines captured the ark of the, okay, 1 Samuel. Hakyama, could you place 1 Samuel 5 and 2 in the chat? So these niches that Nimrod built right here, our ancestors followed after them in Egypt and everyone. And in these temples, they would have these niche platform to put their god idol on to serve them, and then have an altar to burn whatever, right? So in the Bible, in 1 Samuel, the Philistines captured the ark of the covenant, and they set it in front of their god Dagon, the fish god. Then the Philistines took the ark of the covenant of Yah and brought it to the house of Dagon and set it, in front of the god Dagon in 2 Samuel. Some of y'all know this story, right? And when the Philistines took the ark and brought it to the house of Dagon and set it by Dagon, when the Ashdodites arose early the next morning, the idol god Dagon fell over on his face. Y'all remember that story in 2 Samuel and 1 Samuel? Before the Ark of the Covenant. So they took the Dagon statue and stood it back up. That's the fish god Dagon, right? Now, the niches are found in the most ancient synagogues as well, with these what you call them, these converts, right? Now, it was found in the most ancient synagogues where a wooden cabinet called the Ark of Scrolls would be placed. That's these converts in these synagogues. We know you of the synagogue of Satan, right? And in the Christianity church, the early church auspices are architectural echoes of the synagogue niches. So all of this synagogue, Jewish, Judaism, Babylonian, fallen angel, convert, and Christian, in these churches and these temples, these steeples, and all this stuff, is still all Nimrod, fallen angel. The excavators found the mud bricks of the altar to have burnt marks and large amounts of ash surrounding the altar. So these are the excavations. This is my research. These are the archaeological excavations that took place, okay, in the land. Now, there were 2 mud brick pedestals opposite side the central altar. So they found 2 mud brick pedestals opposite the central altar and beside the inside walls of the building, which served as roof support foundations. Okay? The poles would have been set on these pedestals to support a wooded beam to have a thatched roof. Okay? The so-called temple at level 16 was built directly upon the ruins of the building just described as temples beneath and probably be taken to a reconstruction. The walls of, all right, so let me show this. Let me do this. This is temple 1, right? It starts from higher to lower. And then they built temple 2. And each one gets a little bigger. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. 4. But you see, the temples are getting bigger. You still got the altar to Eridu, Enki, and still got the worship place, the niche place, and still got where they're going to serve the fish god, right? And then, see, temples had a deity niche opposite a burnt offering table for fish to Enki, the god of water and fish, right? And this shows the time period. So the first one was 3200 BC, temple 16, 3100 BC, 3000 BC, the Ubaid expansion. It says each of the 17 temples were built directly on top of the previous temple, right? And then, so it was 17 temples built on top of each other on top until temple 1 of Enki. This is the present ground level. This was Nimrod's temple of Enki. Look at the size of the temple one, the last one. This is the image that the first pyramid in Egypt, the Judoza, he copied this one. Remember the slats? You remember how it looked? These are called the temple steps of the temple of Enki. It's a stepper platform. That's how you start building the pyramids, with the step for strategy. They got it from Nimrod. So this, look at the size of this one. This is called the ziggurat of Ur-Nammu. Now this one is where the Tower of Babel started to be built here. Okay, the one that we know of. These are all of these temples in Babylon, that was built before what we know, the Tower of Babel, when the Most High confounded the tongue. This is what they was doing as they had the original Habariyah tongue building these temples and worshiping these gods. And it's when they started to build the last temple, this one, that the temple of Enki is what the Tower of Babel is called. This is when the Most High, they start to build the Tower of Babel here. Okay? Now, this fish god of what you call him? Let me find him. Let me break this fish god down. Enki god. This fish god, why is that open? Close that. I can close that. Okay, I can close that. Okay, that's open, that's open. All right, I don't know why all these things are open, but they really messing my study up. I'm like, can't even see my images. All right, so let me grab my fish god one. I could just grab it from here, from screenshots, and just double click. And I'm gonna have to do this the old school way. So double click that, right? So y'all remember, let me show y'all this. Let me stop sharing that. Come back to y'all. Go to present, share screen, window, where you bang, share. And let me see how it looks and make it a little bigger. Oh, that's right, I can make it bigger on the thing. So that's cool. And then I can make it bigger like that. Yeah, like that. All right. So y'all remember from the other lesson, this fish god, this is where they get Dagon from. So everybody, y'all about to find out, this is where they got Dagon from, right? Well, this is a god, this fish god is called Berosus. This is Greek. This is the Greek god Berosus, 280 BC. Every culture followed the god of Enki from Nimrod, the fish worship. This is even where Christians get that fish from. This is where they talk about fish, and this is where they put fish into our Paleo Hebrew, right? So this Berosus, all right? Let me break down who this Berosus is and what's going on with this this Berosus fish god. Okay. Now, this Berosus, where's my Berosus? This one's giving me a hard time tonight. That's my Nimrod. That's why I'm breaking down the Hebrew. All right. Then I got to break down Ishtar. All right. The Hebrew language, where it come from, the etymology. Let me see. Where's my Berosus? I think I know where it's at. Berosus, where are you? That's the ziggurat. That's that one. The pyramid pick, I did that one. Where's Berosus? Show Nimrod, I did that one. Temple pick. All right. Iron, oh, maybe Berosus is in my other note. Let's see if it's over here. I didn't think about that. Let's see. Move that over. Where's my other note? So where's that one? Okay.
Would you like to try to take a question?
Yeah, what's the question? I can do it while I'm grabbing this.
Okay. So Roberta Lane asks, Unc, in your studies, have you ever heard of female Nephilim? If so, maybe Nimrod got one of them in the
Oh yeah,
area
yeah,
after
she
getting
just
the animal skins.
well, I never really heard of female Nephilim, but I don't like female angels. I don't know. That's in well, they I guess they had to have female Nephilim. I never seen it and I never heard of it, but I'm guessing they probably had to have it, right? Because I'm quite sure they just I don't know. Did they just have men? Because the Nephilim kept multiplying and right? I don't know. Or did they? Or did when the daughters of angels when they fallen angels slept with the daughters of men, after they had the baby, they were male, and then when they die, they become demons, and then the fallen angels keep sleeping, and that's why more Nephilim. I don't know. That's a good question. I honestly don't know that answer. I haven't I don't remember really seeing like female female what's the name? Female Nephilim to be saying like to have a so that's something y'all could try to look up and see if y'all could find anything about female Nephilim. All right. So this what's this called? Berosus, right? After the Tower of Babel, you got stories found all over the world. All right. So after the Tower of Babel, that's where you got Egypt building pyramids, Peru, America. You got their pyramids everywhere. Excavation, temples, the fallen gods, even the Israelites, everybody, right? So after the Noahic flood and the Tower of Babel, stories were found all over the world. Stories of a flood, right? In India, in Burma, the Gurkha Karens tell of a story in which the people decided to build a pagoda that would reach to heaven. So after the Tower of Babel, stories of every civilization around the world each had a story of a flood and a Tower of Babel being built. They just called it different names and different gods. So in Burma and India, they had the Gurkha, Gherko, I don't know if I'm spelling that right, Karens, tell of a story in which the people decided to build a pagoda that would reach to heaven. Their God, in his wrath, there's ancient mythology, came down, confused their language, and scattered the people about the earth. In the Congo, in Africa, they balanced on poles. In Mexico, they built a tower out of clay. Each of these different ancient versions of the story tells of a god who became angry at their endeavors and scatters the people abroad. In India, a Hindu legend tells of a group of devils that attempted to build an altar that would reach the sky, but whose completion was thwarted by Indra, the sky god. All right? A catalog of global flood stories all over the world in ancient literature. In Greece, there was a flood account. There is a Berosus. It was written around 280, 380 BC from a most older flood story that was supposed to date it back 2000 BC. They say in this story that the first inhabitants of the earth, glorifying in their own strength and size, this is this story of Berosus. It says that these the first inhabitants on the earth, it reminds me of the Anunnaki story that Billy Carson and stuff tell, that the first inhabitants of the earth, glorifying in their own strength and size, despised the gods, right? These polytheistic. And they undertook a mission to raise a tower whose top would reach the sky. And it was this place that they say in this story of Berosus is supposed to be in the same place that Babylon stands. And they say when it approached to heaven, the winds assisted the gods and overthrew the people and the work. And its ruins are said to still be in Babylon today. And they say that these gods introduced them to a diversity of tongues among men, who till that time had all spoken one language. And they say a war arose from between the gods Kronos and Titan. Kronos is where we get the word chronological, and chrono for time, for watches and stuff, right? The place in which they built the tower is now called Babylon on account of the confusion of the tongues, for the confusion is by the Hebrews called Babel, right? This Berosus fish god, right? Nimrod began to build his powerful temple at the northern kingdom of Iraq that he formed after the flood, all right? He was in rebellion to the ancestors. So Noah, to Ham, Shem, Japheth, and everything, they were getting along together, right, at Lake Urmia. Nimrod was the first after the flood to go in rebellion to all of our ancestors that came off the ark in the generations. When he was born and came out of the mountains, right? And he was rebellious to the law and order of the kingdom, the new kingdoms that was being built from Ham, Shem, and Japheth. All right? Now, the Nimrod, whatever visitation he had in those mountains, he came out with the pagan god worship of Enki. All right? Now, some say they're not sure if the ancient people before the flood served the same pagan gods of Enki, right? And that after the flood, from the stories of Shem and Ham and telling the stories like warnings, that the other civilization would learn of these gods. But we know about the story from last time of Nimrod putting on the coat of Adam in them, right? The skins, and the what came from that in the book of Jubilees and Jasher, that he became powerful and they got visions and visited and stuff. And then something happened in those, right? So he came out of those mountains serving the gods, Enki and stuff, okay? So in 3200 BC, Nimrod migrated south and he took over Eridu, a fact-sized land. He built the first mud brick temple after the flood to Enki. Nimrod built a formal mud brick temple to Enki in which he sacrificed fish on the altars. And he had an image of Enki set up in a niche on a raised platform. That's this fish god. That's where they get Dagon from later. The Pope. That's where this Berosus god. They have different. Okay, thank you. They have different names for different lands, for these different gods, but they are the same gods. They just have different names. Okay, so he built a mud brick temple to Enki, the fish god. Over the next 350 years, Nimrod built the temple of Enki 17 different times, one on top of the other. Okay? Each one on top of the previously destroyed temple that got probably by sandstorms or floods or tsunamis or earthquakes. Every time his temple got toppled, he would build another one bigger on top of it. This is where he built the Tower of Babel. I didn't know none of this before the Tower of Babel. Each of the new temples were larger and built directly over the previous temple to the god Enki. The Tower of Babel, the one we know about, was Nimrod's final but unfinished temple to Enki in 2850 BC. It was the final tower that that was the one supposed to reach up to the heaven for Enki to kill the Most High Yah, right? But it was unfinished because the Most High thwarted their plans. That tower, that platform, unfinished, was abandoned for 750 years after the Most High divided the tongue. After the people dispersed, they left that Enki tower, the last one, abandoned for 750 years. The city of Babel at Eridu was abandoned for 750 years according to archaeology, right? So we know he built another Babylon. This is the first one at Eridu, okay? So the primal historical importance of Eridu, the first Babel, and of later the Assyrian kings. King Hammurabi was crowned as king in Eridu in 1728 to 1680 BC. That's where you got these Epic of Gilgamesh, the Harami, the Atrahasis. That's where you get all these stories. The later kings of Babylon would sometime classify themselves with the title as the king of Eridu, as though rulers of the domain of paradise. That is Shinar, Sinar, or Shinar, that's Sumer. These kings of Babylon call themselves kings of Eridu. This all goes back to Nimrod. In 2100 BC, in of Namu, he builds a temple of Enki, right on the last tower, the uncompleted tower that Nimrod built. 750 years later, in 2100 BC, of Namu builds a temple of Enki. It's called the Ziggurat of of Namu on top of Nimrod's abandoned Tower of Babel platform. Enki, which is the Sumerian god of Ea, and the Akkadian god Dagon, the fish god, and the Philistine god Oannes. That's this Berosus on the screen. That's the Philistines' god of Oannes. That's this Berosus. And Poseidon, what the Greek call Poseidon. So this same fish god is Oannes, Berosus from the Greek, and Neptune from the Romans. It's still Enki, the water god, marine kingdom. Enki / Ei was the freshwater god and the patron god of Eridu, Nimrod's Babel, because Babel, the land at that time, was very swampy and had a high water table. Nimrod founded the city of Babel at Eridu and immediately built what would be the very first mud brick temple ever built. This temple was dedicated to the water god Enki. Nimrod also conquered Uruk and built mud brick temples there, and he dedicated those temples to the goddess Inanna. She was the goddess of war and sex. Yes, Aquaman is Enki, absolutely. So the goddess Inanna was the goddess of war and sex, and she was the forerunner to the goddess Ishtar, Astarte, Venus, Easter, where you get Easter. Goatfish were sacrificed to Enki, the freshwater god. That's this image on the screen of this fish. These are where you get the fish pope hat, the Dagon image, the fish for Christianity on the back. It's all fallen angel. It was goatfish that they sacrificed. That's a certain species of fish. I got another image for you. Let me see if I can find it. My stuff is scattered. This is the hardest one I had to do. I usually have all that stuff where I could just go piece by piece. Now I'm going to find it. Give me a fin. Let me find my ghost fish image. Ghost fish. Where you at, goatfish? Let me go to my other one. I got you. You over here somewhere. Where you at, goatfish? I think it's this one. Let me double click. Oh, it's this one. I know it's this one. There you go. Now let me come back to y'all. All right? Even though they give me a hard time, I'm still trying to walk it down. All right, stop share. Present. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. Here we go. So this is Enki, the god of fresh water. The Tower of Babel was actually the Tower of Enki. Look, Enki is the Sumerian equals I. The Akkadian, Dagon. The Philistine, Oannes. Poseidon, Greek. That's Basor, Greek, Neptune, and Roman. This is the goatfish. It looks like a catfish. And it's the whisker's supposed to mirror a beard. It's supposed to be like a bearded fish. This is the goatfish. And Enki, he wore a goatfish carp mullet. So you see the fishes? They're supposed to be like his covering, his carp. This is in the roller seal for 2300 BC. I showed this image before. So these are the fishes, right? This is a sacrifice that they're doing, right? And this right here, look at his hat. You see his hat? That reminds me of a like a Christmas tree. I'm like, that's very interesting. Okay? All right? Yes. Hasatan is afraid of the marine kingdom because they're more powerful than him. Sister Roberta, because the Most High threatened Hasatan with Leviathan. Hasatan is not the strongest dark force. It is the marine kingdom. Everybody listen. Hasatan fears the marine kingdom. The marine kingdom is the darkness that was over the face of the earth from the beginning, when the Most High separated the light from the darkness. The marine kingdom has the power over the second world. Okay? That is the most powerful force of darkness. That's why we are not to be in the water at night. That's why there are places, remember, Roberta, the Most High said, do not go into certain depths in the water, in the sea. Okay? Because in those depths of the sea, there are doors, dalayat, portals. Water is a portal, right? Mayam. And there are places we are not to go. Only the sin. That's why when we baptize, our sin and transgression, the wickedness and evil go there. No man is to go there. It is so much darkness that Hasatan is scared of it. No one, you don't want to get trapped down there. Leviathan. So he has a legion down there. Okay? All right. So yeah, this is the image of the goatfish right here on the screen right here. That's him right there. And that's him with Enki with the coat on, or whatever they whatever they call that. The coat on. Oh, my download. There we go. So let me, and then there we go. All right. So present, share screen, window, bang, shit. I gotta remember my down. There we go. So this is the carp mullet from the roller seal that Enki is wearing in this image. And that looked like a Christmas tree. That looked like a Christmas tree hat, but that's the Dagon image hat, and that's the goatfish. All right? Nimrod saw himself in the god Enki. Nimrod's kingdom began at Babel at Eridu. Nimrod rebelled against our ancestors in the northern kingdom of Ararat. So in the mountains of Ararat, our ancestors, they built a kingdom there, the kingdom of Ararat, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and Nimrod rebelled against it. Yeah, it's a fish coat, a fishy coat, hot and smelly. Dead fish stinks. Y'all know dead fish is the nastiest stuff in the world, right? And Enki was a god of freshwater, Babel, and he was surrounded by swampy wetlands, son of the supreme god Anu, who rebelled against parents just like Nimrod did. Enki warns, this is the Sumerian tale of the god Enki. This is what Nimrod was following. Enki's supposed to have warned Noah to build the ark because the god Anu was sending the flood. And Nimrod, his name means rebel in Hebrew, Habariyah. He identified with the rebel Enki, who thwarted his parents' will. Enki was the patron god of Nimrod's city of Babel. Over 300 years, Nimrod built and rebuilt the temple of Enki at Babel. 17 times. The 18th time was the end. All right. Enki was symbolized by a goat and goatfish. This is where you get the Baphomet, the goat. Okay? No, our biggest fight on earth is with the marine kingdom, not Hasatan. Hasatan is somewhere walking to and fro, looking who to devour. Hasatan speaks to the demons who are the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim. The reason why he has an anointing power over them, because those are the fallen angels who chose to serve him and fell with him, and they slept with the daughters of men. So those are like his children, the demons. So he used the demons to talk to you. He used our sin against us, right? For the heavenly host, the dark heavenly host, but that's because of our transgression. But the darkness that's over the face of the marine kingdom, Hasatan ain't got nothing on them at all, not even a fraction. That's where we get all our the darkness come from the marine kingdom, all right? Yes, the Baphomet is Enki, absolutely. It's the goat god, right? The goat fish, okay? This fish and this goat. So I tell you, Mashiach ain't never had no fish in his mouth, okay? Now, the Enki was the patron gods of Nimrod city. Enki was symbolized by a goat and goatfish. Goatfish burnt sacrifices on the altars of Babel in mud brick temples. The Tower of Babel was the last temple, temple number 18th, to Enki that Nimrod built. He built 17 temples on top of the first one. And the Tower of Babel was the last one that he tried to build to Enki. He wanted to use the goat god to kill the Most High. Nimrod built Enki's Tower of Babel to survive. So in the book of Josephus, it is quoted that Nimrod, I got that. I was going to bring that out. I'm all over the place with my lesson. But in the book of Josephus, he got a story that he said Nimrod built the tower so that if the Most High created another flood, that they would survive it. He built the tower that the flood waters would never reach the top of it. But then he also was trying to kill the Most High. So that's Josephus' story. Enki is responsible for the division of language at the Tower of Babel. Enki plays a central role in understanding the city of Babel and the Tower of Babel, because there was a city. The Most High was the true destroyer of Enki, Satan, Judas, the betrayer. The Nimrod hated the Most High. That's because of Enki. That's the Sumerian story. Yada, yada, yada. Right? So, hold on. Let me go. All right. I'm going to come back to that. So remember, this was the first one. And that's, now y'all see this image of Enki. And that's where you had the table and the altar to the fish god. And this is the platform to Nish. So see this is the roller seal. I showed that before. We found the ancient relics. So this right here, I showed that on the other study. This was the roller seal that they found in modern day Babylon that they call now 2300 BC, right? And this was the Enki god. And look at the fish cape. And he got that looking like a Christmas tree hat on his head. This is where Dagon comes from. All right, so Dagon, all of this is after the flood. All of this come from this, go ahead, this god Enki.
His hat almost reminds me of the pyramid. You
yes.
Remember how we said about the rings around? So it kind of looks like almost the Wi-Fi symbol. It
does look like the Wi-Fi and antennas and the Christmas
and
tree.
The rings around it, the helix.
And the helix rings and the pyramid. You can see it all within the hat and the image. She says, is that a goat under his feet? I think so. I got a bigger image because we did it last time. I got a bigger image that we'll probably see it even clearer. I think that's a goat. I wonder what that stuff is too at the bottom. Maybe that's supposed to be symbolizing water. Maybe he's walking on water or something. I don't know. And that's a goat because it looked like the fish are coming out of the water. Look like they jumping out of the water. All right. Yes, He confounded the language. That's where the language, he took Habariyah back. Let me explain. This was going to come out tonight. He took the Habariyah back. I'm going to bring that out. And this is where our ancestors got the Paleo. This is when they start speaking what you call Hebrew, not Habariyah. And in the Paleo is when the fish got introduced. And the A-E-I-O-U, remember I said the Phoenician, the Ugarit, that was after the Tower of Babel, when the Most High took the tongue back. Okay? She said, does he got two faces, one in the front and one in the back? It might kind of look like it. That kind of does look like a face back there. I think I got a bigger image. Let me see if I can, well, there go one. Let me see if you can see that one clearer. It does look like that's another face behind. It actually does look like it. All right, let me see if I could find my other image, because I had a bigger image of it from the last lesson we did. Let me see if I could find it. Let me see if I could find it. Because it was a lot clearer of that same image, but it was taken from a different lesson. We was breaking down all of these Canaanite gods. If I could find it really quickly. The Canaanite sex god. Okay. Let me see. Let me go to this one, this screenshot. Let me see if it's somewhere down here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm coming. I might be able to find it. Scroll down. Okay. So they got a pottery. All right. Let's see. Yep. I think I do. I think it's one of these. Let me just, it might be one of these. Okay. Okay. That's the pottery. That's the roller seal. It's in the roller seal. Okay. Let me stop sharing that. Come back here. Bang. Present. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. So we did this on the other lesson. This is the roller seal of the Mount Ararat. So remember, this was Ninurta, the war and thunder god. Right? Ada the scribe. This was supposed to be Ishtar, Inanna, Venus, and Shamash, the sun god, down there. Mount Mashu, Mount Ararat. And it's supposed to be Enki, the water god. So I'm not sure if that's a face. It looked like it might be another face. But that's, yeah, that's the Anzud bird. And that's probably a goat. That looks like a goat at his feet. And it's supposed to be servant god of Enki, Asumu, Yusumu. Yeah, so I know they got gods that they worship, right? Ishtar and them, Inanna, that's supposed to be female. So I don't know if it's female Nephilim, but I know they got female gods they always worship. Inanna and them. But this is the roller seal at Mount Ararat that was found. All right.
Can you read something?
Go ahead.
In Genesis 6:4, it says, "And there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of the Most High came in unto the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown."
So, did you say men?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says men. Great script to bring out. I guess we got our answer. Men. And when those men died, they became, oh, look, I think you're right, Sister Roberta. Because look at this one. That's two faces. You see it? It's split in half. That's a face this way and a face this way.
Isn't that how Janus is? Doesn't he have the face going forward and the face going back?
And going backwards. It's for the new year and the past year. Yeah. That's the god Janus. So that's, you remember, all this stuff come from Nimrod and this Enki, this fallen angel. Daya said he a Gemini. Oh, thank you, Daya. I forgot you. You left a donation. Thank you, young king. I humbly appreciate it. Thank you, king. All right. So, yeah, you got your answer, Sister Roberta. Yep. So that's probably a face behind Enki too, because that's what it looked like it. But yep, this one got two faces. They two-faced. Yeah, so they can see a front and behind. And he got the same hat. So his helper got the same hat. All right. So I see an eye, hook, nose, look like a nose and a mouth. Yeah, right there. It's a big nose and a mouth. A hook nose, look like a eagle, eagle's nose. All right, so let me see. I had a lot of images before. That's Inanna, the goddess. We saw all this stuff before. Look at that. Look at her face, bro. That is some crazy stuff. Who become Easter? She got the serpent face, right? Hand on the hips, all right? And this is basically the kingdom of Nimrod as he took it all over. All right, so let me get back. That's the fish god. So now we know that this fish god and the Baphomet, all of this is Enki, right? They just call them different. The Greek call them this Oannes, and that's Poseidon and all that. Rome call them, right? And then I had it in my old lesson. That's the temple. So this is the last temple that Nimrod built of Babel, and that's the roller seal at the bottom. So that one was clearer from what I did last time. Yeah, that's clearly a face. That's clearly another face. Just like Janus. Yeah, I know that's where they get this stuff from. Right? All right. So, and Nimrod built these temples on top of one another. And this is where it was built at, Eridu. See it? So that's the last. So he kept building temples on top of temples on top of temples. They on top of one another until he built the last one, and he built steps. So they're steppered, right? And what's the name? Copy this. I had the image, but I can't find it now. But I had the image. Taj talked about it. But what's his name? Saddam Hussein. He copied this. So Taj brought out earlier that when they invaded Iraq, they're supposed to took Nimrod's head. Saddam Hussein built another. He replicated this to scale. And he's supposed to have Nimrod's head. And Taj, you're correct. That's where they supposed to had got Nimrod's head when they invaded Iraq and got power from it. I had that tonight. That's why when you said it at the beginning, I had the image of Saddam Hussein's, because I got the image of the one he built, Taj. It's crazy. I got the receipt of he replicated this temple right here to scale. And yeah, shout out to Mike TV. And when they went to Iraq, that's what they went for. Because the Nimrod is their god. So Nimrod put on the coat of Adam, and the coat skin is the sin, the first transgression. That's the mark of the beast. So they went to get, of course they're going to get the ornament, but they went to get Nimrod's head. Okay? And he's supposed to have it preserved. And Saddam Hussein, and they found it, and he built this temple over again. I'm going to see if I'm going to show y'all another picture. I got the image, but I wanted to show y'all the text about it. But let me show y'all the image. I got an image. Let me find it. Give me 1 second. It's in my downloads, I think. No, it's in my screenshots here. Let me see. Let me go there. Is it there? Or is it? It's here. Oh, I know where it's at. It's here at the top. I think it's at the top. Give me 1 second. I got stuff so all over the place. Yep, there you go. Now, let me double click. I had them all open, but they've been messing with me. I had all these tabs open to walk through it, but they've been tearing this lesson apart. They've been attacking the mess out of this lesson, right? I haven't got it attacked this hard and you know, like this in crazy long time. I'm trying to see if it's still open. Nope, they ain't even open. See, I had it open. Let me close that one. Nope. All right, so let me just open it. Double click. Now this right here is an actual true representation picture. Let me see what y'all see. Okay, stop share. Stop share. Present, share screen, window, bang, share. This right here is the actual image. Look how big this is called. This is where they built, this is how they created the pyramids to mimic Nimrod's Tower of Babel. It's called the step system. It's the restored remains of the great ziggurat of the ancient in what is called southern Iraq. It was built with similar characteristics of the Tower of Babel mentioned in the Bible in Genesis 10. Saddam Hussein created a complete replica of Nimrod's Tower of Babel, and this is the step. This is one. So they had step levels. I think 7 levels. Step. Let me see. Let me go to another one. This is the dimensions. So the first step measures 300 feet by 300 feet, and it's 110 feet high. The second step measures 260 feet, and is 60 feet high. The third step measures 200 feet, is 200 feet high. The fourth step is 20 feet high. The fifth step is 20 feet high. The sixth step, they don't know how high. And the seventh step, the completion, y'all know 7 is completion, is 50 feet high. So these are the measurements. And thanks to a tablet that has been found, we are in the possession of the most of the dimensions of the ziggurat. So they found all these underground excavations, the archaeologists. This is the dimensions of the Babylonian ziggurat. The scribe omitted the dimensions of the 6th step, but its height was probably 20 feet as well. This means that the temple situated on the very top of the ziggurat was 300 feet high, the temple that was at the top. The main structure of the ziggurat was trodden down clay, but there was a layer of bricks on the outside. The top of the ziggurat was reached by a broad stairway that went up the side of it. This stairway was said to be 30 feet wide. Around the base of the ziggurat was a line of buildings. I had this to show you. I'm going to show y'all next time. And there were storerooms, and priests had the houses, I'm going to show y'all, around the base of the Tower of Babel. The houses for the priests, and accommodation for priests and others that were connected to the temple. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna show you. This is one of the steps, right? Let me see. Do I have it here? Okay, well that's maybe. All right, let me go back. I don't have it here. All right, so let me stop share. I'm gonna show y'all this, so now I can show you what I'm talking about around the base of the temple and the steps. Okay, so go back here, go back to my downloads, double click, bang, and well, that's not that one. Where is it? Where are you? That one's not in my downloads. Where are you at? That is in my, it's in my other, over here, my screenshots. Let me see if I could find it. That one, not that one, not that one. Let me close that one. Not that one, not that one. It's this. I think it's this one. Let me move it over to, oh. Let me, hold on. Come back to y'all. This is so difficult. I got a billion tabs open. It's so difficult to navigate this. All right, so come back to y'all. Bang. Click this. Bang. Move it over. That's the one. And then come back to y'all. Present, share screen, window, bang, share. Now, this image is showing you the temple steps. So you see the steps? And at the base of the temple, I had a picture of what's his name, Saddam Hussein one. They had rooms for the priests and rooms in the base of the Tower of Babel in the temple. All right? And these are those steps, and we got the dimensions of the steps. I just read them, of the temple of Aki. And it was 7 layers of these steps that reached all the way up to the top. Okay? All right. So, yes, if the step was that tall, only Nephilim was walking up those steps. Absolutely, Roberta. Okay? There was no people that was walking up those steps. Just one step was that high. So ain't nobody getting up. You're going to need a ladder to get up the step. Okay? You're going to need a slingshot to get up those steps. All right? So, all right. So, let me see. Yeah, I don't got my Saddam Hussein one. Is it in this window? Let me see. I got another thing. Maybe it's over here. No, that's the Canaanite. I was going to bring that out. The Sumerian gods. We'll do that another time. No, it's not over here. I'm like, where is
you
my
like songs?
No, it's okay. I'm not looking for it. I'm going to continue. So we're going to get to close out. So the excavations at Eridu, like goatfish were sacrificed to the god Enki, the freshwater god. The excavations at Eridu documented all the altars with their mud bricks, and they also found ancient, calcified fish bones and ashes in the temple of Enki at Eridu. Since its appearance in the Ubaid third period, the goatfish is associated with water, and they also painted flowing vases, okay, for Enki. The temple of Enki at Eridu was called the house. Now, y'all listen clearly. The temple, all we knew about was the Tower of Babel. Now we're gaining insight to what this stuff was actually, what it was actually called, okay? And, sorry, I can't find my thing, bro. This is a horrible one right here. Click, all right, there we go. So, what we knew was just the Tower of Babel. It was actually called Nimrod's the Temple of Enki. And the Temple of Enki was called the House of the Subterranean Waters. This is what the name of what Nimrod was building the Tower of Babel on top of this. So this is before the Tower of Babel. All 17 of these. 18 is when they started to build the Tower of Babel on top of this. Now this was already this high in the air. So now y'all getting an understanding that they was building the Tower of Babel on top of this to go further in the air. This was called the House of Subterranean Waters. Just like this assembly is called the House of Yah, this temple of Enki was called the House of the Marine Kingdom, Sister Roberta. Subterranean waters. So Nimrod went past Hasatan, guys. Nimrod went to the Marine Kingdom. He tapped in to Leviathan and them. Okay? So his powers was no joke. He became the king of the earth. The temple of the Enki of Eridu was called the House of Subterranean Waters. Fish were sacrificed as burnt offerings on mud brick altars to Enki. To Nimrod, Enki, they called him the god of drinkable water. Listen clearly. So this god was called the god of drinkable water, okay? And he would Uh-oh. What did they what did they just do? What did you just do? These people, this lesson, they is not, yo, the attacks on this lesson is more than has ever been in any lesson that I have done of every live I have ever did. They just will not stop attacking this lesson. I don't even know what they just did. I'm like, what did they just do, bro? That is crazy. All right, let's, I don't even know if I could find it. I don't know what they just did. Anyway, let's see. The goldfish. Oh, I think I got it. Yes, praise Mosiah. All right. So Nimrod started serving Enki, the fish god, and he became one with this fish god, to the point where they started, you know how we're supposed to be one with the Father? They started worshiping Nimrod as Enki, okay? The Sumerian Enmakar, all right? So, because Nimrod became the god on the earth, a mighty man. So, Enki was called the god of drinkable water, and they said that he was a savior god, the savior. This was supposed to be symbolic to the living water, right? So Nimrod saw in himself the Enki god, and he identified and became one. Nimrod rebelled against Noah, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, the kingdom of Arayat, Asuma, the first Shinar kingdom that we built at Ararat. He rebelled against the laws of serving the Most High. Enki was supposed to be the god of fresh water. Enki was supposed to be the son of the supreme god, Anu. Okay, so now they're supposed to have their Most High was supposed to be Anu, and Anu, and I think Enki is supposed to be the one that rebelled against his ancestors, like Nimrod did. And the Sumerian culture, Enki betrays the top god Anu. I said that before, and he's supposed to be in the Sumerian tale. This is where you get the Atrahasis, the Enuma Elish, the Epic of Gilgamesh, these Sumerian tales. He's supposed to warn Noah of the flood, right? And he's supposed to have told Noah to build an ark to save himself and the animals. In the Sumerian tale, Enki warned Noah to build an ark because Anu was sending the flood. And Enki rebelled against Anu, destroying the earth. Nimrod's name means rebel. Now, you have people who say that Nimrod never existed. That's because they don't understand, they can't exegete script, they don't have the etymology of lessons, they don't know how to they don't have the rayak, they don't speak the original Habariya tongue, they do not have the election to understand. Nimrod did exist, but his name wasn't Nimrod. Another revelation for y'all. Nimrod's name wasn't Nimrod. That's a title. That is a title. It means one who will rebel. It means the rebellious one. So the reason why you have theologists, archaeologists, some of y'all who done this research, you might run into this, where they will say, well, we can't find in certain places one named Nimrod. But it's because you don't know the Habariya and you don't understand that in all the cultures in Makar, when you do the consonantal breakdown of the etymology of the linguistic of the tongue, you'll see in Makar have the root word in, the K is nam, and then even in Nimrod that got transliterated from Habariya, it's a Nayad, a Mayad, and a Dayad, right? So if you understand it, you would understand, you would see, but because you don't speak the languages, you're looking for it to say Nimrod. You you what they call that thing? I'm trying to make a joke. What they call that thing when they call you a name? Not Nimrod, you something rod. When they make a joke about someone being foolish, I can't think of it, right? So it's like you can't. That's not how you exegete script. So now for all of y'all out there, when people try to say, because you got people, Nimrod never exists. These idiot juices thinking they think they so wise, call themselves wise, they become fools, right? They be running around, Nimrod don't exist. So you idiot juice, that's because you don't have this scholarship in the numbskull. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. You numbskull. That's what I was thinking of, you Nimrod. That's that's another word for numbskull. That's exactly what I was trying to think of, Anna, y'all. Right? So, and nincompoop, yeah, that's another one. Yep, that's it. Y'all got it. That's exactly where I was trying to go. Right? So it's like you Nimrod, right? So Nimrod was a title, and it's in our ancient literal culture and stuff where it gets broken down, because we were named because of actions and things that were to do. Okay? So Enki was the patron god of Nimrod's city. So Nimrod identified with the god Enki, so he served Enki, the god of the water, right? And he named the city the what he called it, the house of the subterranean waters. Woo, subterranean waters, the deep marine kingdom. Enki was symbolized by a goat, by a goatfish, by a carp fish with goat-like whiskers, the carp fish. So Enki's symbol was the goat. That's where you get Baphomet, the goatfish, the carp fish. Goatfish were offered as burnt sacrifices on the altars in Babel and all the mud brick temples. All these temples y'all see on the screen that they built. The Tower of Babel was the last temple to Enki that Nimrod built, but it was never completed. That was been on top of this. All of this, the Tower of Babel was sat on top of that and went up. They started it, but they didn't get to complete it. In the book of Josephus said that's Josephus Antiquities, chapter 1, 109 through 114. Josephus says Nimrod built the Tower of Babel to survive a second global flood. And in his book, he says, now it was Nimrod, the grandson of Ham, said he would get revenge on the Most High. He said, if he should have a mind to... So Nimrod's, in Josephus' book, Josephus wrote that Nimrod stated that if the Most High would decide that he was going to drown the world a second time, Nimrod would get revenge on him. And so he built a tower too high for the waters to be able to reach, and that he could avenge himself on the Most High for destroying their forefathers. He's talking about the fallen and the Nephilim and stuff. Enki, this god that Nimrod is responsible for the division of the language at the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel, Enki responsible. Nimrod therefore hated the one true Aliyah who caused the flood, and he loved Enki who betrayed the Most High's will, who betrayed in destroying mankind. It was supposed to be a great showdown. All right. Now, it gives the dimension of the. I gave the dimension of the tower. The first temple right here at the bottom. It was quite small. It measured 3 by 3 meters, but it featured a burnt offering. I told y'all that. And then the last completed temple up here was large, right? And finally, a large platform, 300 by 300 meters, was excavated, and that laid abandoned for 750 years until a construction at Ziggurat in was built on top. It was proposed that Nimrod was the designer and the builder of all of the temples from down here at 320 through 3200 BC all the way to 2875 BC. Nimrod was the designer and builder of all these temples. And that the abandoned platform was the foundation of the biblical Tower of Babel in 2850, the one that was abandoned. And that's where they built the tower on top of. Nimrod's Tower of Babel and his 17 temples that he built 17 temples to the god Enki over 350 years. He loved that fish god. That's where Dagon come from. And it has been excavated for 4 different times. The early excavations, the early digs were done very sloppy. And some of those who excavated early on kept no records at all, but they really did the excavation as treasure hunts. And all of the things that they collected, it got dispersed to the Smithsonian, the Vatican, the libraries and the stuff in England and all that. That's why America wanted the head of Nimrod. You see, that's when they went through the Iraq War. All right. So the first excavations were just treasure hunts, right? But where the receipts come from, what I'm teaching y'all tonight, these receipts came from the last and the most professional excavation. It was under a person named, these people named Safar and Lloyd, these archaeologists, excavationists. All right, but even according to today's standards, that excavation will be considered sloppy. It was rushed, and a large amount of valuable information was sold, stolen, and lost forever. It ain't lost forever. These people got it, these serpent seeds. But fortunately for us, the archaeological stratigraphy was rather simple. Eridu was founded shortly after the flood, and only a few assemblages existed. In Halath, Aram's land, the Ubay, Uruk, III. Therefore, the data that the archaeologists collected was correct, and their conclusions provide powerful truth understood by later archaeologists that the Tower of Babel, even in their archaeological dating from the converts, was wrong. All right. Nimrod built one temple of Enki, and he rebuilt it 16 times more for a total of 17 temples. The Tower of Babel would have been the 18th temple if it would have been completed. Each new temple was built on top of each other. Each subsequent temple was built larger and higher and larger and higher. From 3200 to 2850 BC, the 17 temples progressed from simple small to complex large and reflected the rapidly growing population and increasingly available manpower over the 350-year period. By the first construct, the formal mud-brook pagan temples, Nimrod kindled the devotion of the pagan gods into a raging fire that spread north and infected the whole world. He took over the whole world with these gods. Temples built with unfired mud brick are easily damaged by floods and earthquakes. So he built these temples, and he would cause a raging fire to spread over all the temples, because the temples that you built with mud bricks that weren't fired would get damaged by floods and earthquakes. So that's how he built this temple. All right. After the flood, Eridu was located what we call the shoreline of the Persian Gulf, and the temples would have got damaged by storm surges, tsunamis, and general flooding. Okay? Let me see. I wanted to bring out the so-called temple. I broke that down, the old temple. Let me see. The archaeological mirror, I did that. The ways I did that. I did that. The second dynasty, I did Sennacherib, Saddam Hussein. All right, I don't got the pick. Saddam Hussein rebuilt the Babel of Tower, the Tower of Babel. Okay, I don't got this. I wrote it and I was supposed to show the pic, but I didn't write the show the pic of the ziggurat of Saddam Hussein rebuilt the Tower of Babel. And I got the text for it. I didn't even bring my text about what Saddam Hussein did and how they found it. But anyway, now, the excavations, they conclude the ziggurat displaced a previous ancient temple of the same age as the ancient platform. Idol worship is devil worship. Nimrod appears to be the early creator of pagan gods. His progressive rebuilding of the temples at Eridu was climaxed with his failed attempt to build the Tower of Babel. It showed him to be the strongest promoter of idolatry after the flood. All right? Deuteronomy 32:17 says they sacrificed to devils who were not the Most High, to gods whom they have not known. Okay? New gods who came later, whom your fathers did not dread. This is Nimrod, the scripture in Deuteronomy speaking of Nimrod bringing these fallen gods. Okay? He was the prime widespread of pagan god belief after the flood. Psalms 106 says they even sacrificed their sons and daughters to the devils. 1 Corinthians 10:20 says, no, but I say that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to the Most High. And I do not want you to become sharers in these devils. Revelation 16:13, it says, and I saw coming out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouths of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet, 3 unclean spirits like frogs. For they are spirits of devils, performing signs, which go out to the kings of the whole world to gather together for the war of the great day of Yah, Armageddon. These are scriptures was talk about these gods that Nimrod brought about after the flood. Revelation 9:20 says, the rest of mankind who were not killed by these plagues, they did not repent of the works of their hands, so as not to worship devils, and the idols of gold and of silver and of brass and of stone and of wood, which can neither see nor hear nor walk. Nimrod caused these gods. Goats as symbols of Satan derived from Nimrod. The Baphomet, everywhere you see these goats, these horns, this is fallen angel, Anunnaki, Nimrod worship. Nimrod became the god after the flood of the fallen. And Canaan, I'm gonna do that next time. I'll tie this up in next time. So, goats became symbols of Hashatan, and they come from Nimrod, who sacrificed goat fish, which are the bearded carp fish. Okay? We found from the excavations that tell Eridu that Nimrod sacrificed goat fish. This species of fish have several long catfish-like protrusions hanging from their mouth, like the beard of a goat. There are several references of goat gods in the Bible. 2 Chronicles 11:15 states, he set up priests of his own for the high places, for the satyrs, the martyrs, the satyrs, the worship ones, and for the calves calves which he had made. Calves. The goats, calves, and bulls. Okay? All through the scripture, it showed that the ancestors were worshiping these other gods. In Leviticus 17:7, it says, they shall no longer sacrifice their sacrifices to the devils with which they play the harlot. This shall be a permanent statute to them throughout their generations. All right? Now, Hashatan actually benefited for what Nimrod was doing. Because for 2,000 years after the flood, the deluge, Nimrod's goat worship and fallen angel worship caused mankind to despise the Most High. So that's why all these nations got all these gods and pyramids all over the world and temples everywhere. That's because of Nimrod. So he did a work, and he wasn't serving Hasatan. He was serving the marine kingdom. But Hasatan delighted in the fact and benefit for Nimrod's work because it made the nations of people despise the Creator. They loved their flesh and their blood. Nimrod was the first person to eat flesh and blood after the flood. Understand? This is biblical fact, archaeological fact. Cain was the first person to eat flesh and blood from the transgression of the garden. Nimrod was the first person to eat flesh and blood after the flood, and it spread.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Did I send you that scripture where Yah instructed Noah not to eat flesh and blood?
I think you did. Could you find it and read it?
Okay, I'll try to find it real quick.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, the Bible account of the origin of mankind after the global flood, the archaeological records indicate that the Tower of Babel resembled the stepped pyramid of Djoser. I showed y'all at Saqqara in Egypt. I showed y'all the image. Right? Although excavations at biblical Babel have not found any evidence of the fullness of the tower, there's evidence of the 300 by 300 meter square elevated platform on which the tower was going to be built. Okay? The city of Eridu of Babel and the platform were abandoned for 750 years until Ur-Nammu built ziggurat upon the vacant platform in 2100 BC. All right? Now,
I found it.
All right, go ahead. You can read it.
It's Jubilees chapter 7. I'm starting from verse 28. For whosoever sheddeth man's blood, and whoso eateth the blood of any flesh, shall all be destroyed from the earth. And there shall not be left any man that eateth blood, or that sheddeth blood of man on the earth, nor shall there be left to him any seed or descendant living under the heaven. For in Sheol shall they go, and into the place of condemnation shall they descend, and into darkness of the deep shall they all be removed by violent death.
Praise
there
God.
Shall... Oh.
No, go ahead.
Okay. There shall be no death seen upon you. Of all the blood there shall be all the days in which ye have killed any beast or cattle, or whatsoever flieth upon the earth. And work ye a good work to your soul by covering that which has been shed from the face of the earth. And ye shall not be like him who eats with blood, but guard yourselves, that none may eat blood before you. Cover the blood, for thus have I commanded to testify to you and your children together with all flesh, and suffer not soul to be eaten with flesh, that your blood, which is your life, may not require at the hand of any flesh that shed it on the earth. Verse 33, for the earth will not be clean from the blood which hath been shed upon it, for only though the blood of him that shed it, verse 33, for the earth will not be clean from the blood which has been shed upon it, for only through the blood of him which is shed it will the earth be purified through all generations. And that was to Noah.
Praise Yah. So Yah gave Noah a warning. Do not eat no flesh and blood. And they didn't. Noah taught his sons. Nimrod was the first after the flood to kill. He was a mighty hunter. He hunted the animals and he hunted mankind, Shem's descendants. But he hunted people too, mankind. Nimrod was a beast mode, right? So now with that, this is the, give me a second. I'm trying to find, they closed all my stuff. It's just so wicked what they did to this lesson, bro. Let me see, if I close that, if I close this, I don't want to close that. I don't want to close that. That one is double open, so I can close that. They really messed this lesson up, bro. I can't even, it's like I can't even function. I can't even see none of my tabs because they just did me dirty tonight. Did that work? No, it still ain't work. All right, so I'm gonna close this one too. All right, then I can leave that open, leave that open. I can leave that open. I could close that. I could close this. I could close. Now it should show up. This is ridiculous. All right. So anyway, let me get back. So Nimrod, Nimrod's first mud brick temple to Enki at the tower, right? It was in the Sumerian myths, it says that Nimrod, it says Enki caused the division of the language, right? And Nimrod satisfied the human need to worship. Nimrod fulfilled humans' need to worship by promoting a pantheon hierarchy of pagan gods, idols, and temples. These were the gods that were beyond the river that Moses and Joshua warned about. That's in the book of the scripture. Nimrod won over the people not only through violence, but through improved living conditions. Now, let me explain this. Nimrod got information from the fallen angel, technology, and he won over all of these cities and nations of people because his cities were technologically advanced. He actually provided a good living for the people, right? The violence came about for those who were going against him. But most of the cities and the people served him because he improved their living conditions. He brought technology to these through the Stone Age and the Chalcolithic period, right? He brought better technology and idol worship. Under Nimrod's rule and kingdom, food was mass produced. Nimrod was the creator of a bread factory. Okay. Nimrod created a system called bread factories. He used bevel rim bowls. They found this pottery, beveled rim bowls to feed his workers. Okay? Through Nimrod, the first trade routes were established for these people to be able to trade and barter with one another. He created city, construction, industry. he brought technology and gave them all their gods to worship. The people were well fed. The cities were populous. They were profitable. The people were Mashiach never ate fish. Brother Caesar never stopped. What you gotta do is you go through our playlist. Let me do a basis for you. That's in addition to the scripture. Mashiach never ate fish. First of all, Mashiach was a Nazarite. Nazarites do not eat flesh and blood. Let me explain. There would be no dead thing in Mashiach's temple. To eat something that's death, that's death. Mashiach is life. Now think about this, Brother Season. When the Most High created us, from day 1 to day 7, there was no killing or eating of no death flesh thing. How could Mashiach come to be the salvation and transgress the Most High's original law? That's just a simple way. But on the other studies, I showed you, brother Season, with script and with the language, when fish was added into the Paleo Hebrew. So in the original, Brother Season, the original Habariyah tongue, there was no fish. So in the Ugarit, the Paleo Ugarit Phoenician script, the letter Nayan, which is the seed of man, the Nayan, they put in the attributive descriptions, they put fish inside of our language. And then they put the Zadayah, they put fish hook, a killing device in the tongue. This is from Nimrod. That's actually where I'm going before I'm about to close out. I wanted to get there. I was going to show you when he took the language back at Babel, the Habariyah, this is when the Paleo Hebrew under Nimrod started getting spoken. That's where you get your vowel sounds, Brother Season, and you get this fish added in. This fish is actually Nimrod's god, Brother Season. Mashiach ain't never ate a dead thing. He said, don't have nothing to do with the dead. He said, let the dead bury the dead. I'll show you in the lesson, Brother Season, when they wrote, you can see where they write. Remember, they wrote their likeness and their image in the scriptures. The scriptures is not to be taken literally. You have to discern and decipher, right? So I showed in that lesson, I broke down where you can see that in this scripture, it says he ate bread. It says bread and everything, broke the bread. And then later they add fish. And then when they continue down, they say, and he gave them bread. So the fish is Enki. That's Dagon. That's what this is. This is the addition from Nimrod. And that came through the Paleo. This is when our ancestors became Israel. That was supposed to come out tonight too, when the god El. That's Enki. This is Sumerian, the god El. And our ancestors under Nimrod started, because Nimrod built these cities just like they did in Egypt. Remember when Egypt, what did they do when they came out of Egypt? They built a golden calf, right? To worship the Aspis, the Egyptian god. These are wicked ancestors. So that addition of the fish in the scriptures, that's an addition. We did not, that Mashiach ain't never had no dead thing in his belly. He is the living word of Yah. There was no death. He said, let the dead bury the dead. Don't have nothing to do with the dead. And he going to eat something dead? Remember when he told them, he said, remember when he got his disciples, Brother Season? When he said, yes, y'all are fishing. He said, I will make you fishers of men. You understand? You will not be fishing, killing no fish no more. You will be fishing men's souls now. You'll be gathering life. He came to bring life, the living word, water, not the dead word. Praise Yah. Just like there's no dead thing in my temple. My body is consecrated. My temple is consecrated to Yah from his first estate. Remember, Yah wants to reside here. The Mashiach reside, the Holy Spirit. They won't reside. It's unclean. It's dead. The dead thing. The death is decaying and putrefying. That was not the Most High's commandment and law. And we found the ancient manuscripts where they even added that. The Most High never said for us to kill animals to atone for us. That's a whole nother lesson. That's a whole nother. For those who know this you're already abreast. But when you get a chance, Season, I don't remember what lesson now. We did it so many times, but it was one of them that we really, I showed the Habariya script, I showed the Phoenician, I showed the Assyrian Aramaic, I showed right with the Ugarit, right when they first added fish into our language. That's when our ancestors started calling on the god El and all of these gods. Mashiach ain't never ate a dead thing. He ain't never have death of the slaughter of the innocents in his temple. Other than that, he would be unclean. That don't even make any sense. You cannot be clean with death in your temple. That common sense would tell you the two can't compass one another. No dead thing. He said, don't touch the dead. Let the dead bury. Don't have nothing to do with the dead. But he eating death? The devil's a lie. Yeah, so praise Yah. So once you go through, you'll see, brother. And everything we do with receipts. So anyway, so Nimrod, he won over the people by improving their living conditions. He gave them technology. He gave them paved roads, streets. He built functioning cities. He built factories. Nimrod had the first mass food production. Most people, we didn't know this stuff. Nimrod he was the king of the world, of the second world. He built bread factories using bevel rim bowls to feed the workers. He created the first trade routes. The first mud brick temples were built from Nimrod, and they used the finest pottery made. Okay? Most people don't understand that the earliest pottery after the flood was finely made. They call it a bichrome ware, and it had very intricate designs. After the Tower of Babel, when the early Bronze Age 1 began, that's when the quality of pottery started to reduce. All right? With the exception of Kerek, the Kerek ware that was in the Levant region. After Nimrod died, that Nimrod was given the best of all things. Mind you, of like a celebrity, he got the best of all. Everything was about having the best of all things. You know, the people like, yo, I want to live in Nimrod City, right? I can get me a mansion. I can have gold back, right? Right. So Noah, and his children off the ark, they founded the kingdom in Mount Ararat. So right when they got off the ark, they built the first kingdom. They called it Shinar. That's why he said when they left the ark, they went east to Shinar. That's just what they named it. It's after Shem. It was actually Shammah. But the R came later when our ancestors started picking up paleo. You know, when they started writing stuff, they put the R come later. This is just how you linguistics, how you what's the name of language, right? So Nayak and his descendants, Shem and Ham and them, they built the first kingdom at Arat, and they gave Nayak, Noah, he gave like law, because the Most High gave him law. And as Hakyama just read, he told Nayak, do not eat no flesh and blood. You heard what she just read, right? She probably put the scripture if she put it, right? Now, and they got law, and then he told the Most High told them where to give them the land that they're supposed to go. So they had law and order. The Most High is always going to give you law and order. This is what Nimrod rebelled against when he was born later. But anyway, so they founded their first like a kingdom after the ark on Mount Ararat, right? And right here in this place is where the world's population grew from eight people to 800 after the first 100 years after the flood. The men were counted. It grew from 8 people to 800 men during the first 100 years after the flood. Nimrod was born in the second generation from the flood. Nimrod was born in northern Ararat, in the kingdom in the mountains, around 325, somewhere around BC, around 3-something BC. He was a rebel. He was rebellious, as his name was called. Nimrod means the rebellious one, okay? Most scholars are finding out that that probably wasn't his original name. It's what, you know how you got, they named me Lucky Lucci, you know, his nickname from his action. They started calling him the rebellious ones. So Nimrod, that's what that is in Habariyah. So they'd be like, Nimrod. And that became his name, his purpose of who he is. That's how he got the name being called it. Okay? Now, he became a rebel, and he migrated south. He took over a Faxai land. He conquered Uruk, Ur of Chaldeans, Eridu. That's where he started building his temples, right? We now know that Nimrod likely built his first temple. The temple, I got the meters of the temple. I broke that down. I broke down the offering. Now, the complexity of the population. So, from 3200 to 3000 BC, Nimrod would build 9 temples on top of the other, increasing in size and complexity. As the world population grew from 800 people in 3200 BC to 300,000 people in 3000 BC, immediately following the division of the language of the Tower of Babel. All right? This is where the first written languages were invented while Nimrod was alive. This is where they started to employ pictograms to communicate. All right, after the flood, this is where they started to draw on the caves and the walls pictograms to communicate. This is where the earliest Sumerian cuneiform script was created. Later, the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Later, the Chinese symbols, they were all pictographic. Okay? Now, am I going to do that one? I wanted to break down the timeline, and then I'm going to need to close out because I got a timeline. Yeah, I'll do that. I need to get my timeline because I got a crazy timeline to break down. That's Pharaoh with the temple, with his pyramid, the ocean levels. Well, I can say some of this right now. So immediately after the Tower of Babel is when some of the oldest cities in the world were founded. All of the land around was virgin because after the flood, nobody lived there. So after Nimrod herded everybody into the city of Babylon to build the Babel Tower, and the Mossad dispersed everybody, now everybody's going out, and they're going out to a lot of virgin land. But this is where the cities, because they learned how to do this from Nimrod. Now, small populations and little places that might have small populations of people, it got swarmed after the tower, because Nimrod had thousands of people building this, right? The famous city of Egypt called Cairo in Egypt was founded around 2850 BC by the descendants from the tower sailing south on the Persian Gulf, then back up the Red Sea to the Gulf of the Suez, and then migrating west. In 2660, Pharaoh Djoser built the first oldest pyramid in the world. It was a stepped pyramid, and the oldest stone temple in the world at Saqqara. That's the Djoser from the Tower of Babel. I showed y'all the image of him mimicking the temple of Enki that Nimrod built. The temple in Egypt is an archaeological mirror of Nimrod's Temple 4 at Eridu. Peru was founded around 2850 BC by the ancestors sailing down the Persian Gulf, following the ocean's currents around the Horn of Africa and across the Atlantic Ocean. Then they went west through the Panama, okay, which was actually submerged by higher ocean levels at the time, then south to Peru. In 2600 BC, the Peruvians built one of the oldest pyramids in the world. Okay, this is how these pyramids got all over the place, all after the Tower of Babel. Okay, now in Jerusalem, in Jericho, and in El Bahida, and Kadesh Petra, and En Meshpat were founded around 2850 BC when migrants followed the Euphrates north and traveled down the coast. Abraham left the city of Ur the very year that Ur-Nammu started to begin the construction of two of the almost identical ziggurats at Ur and at Babel in 2100 BC. The ziggurat at Ur was a temple to the moon goddess Inanna. The ziggurat at Babel, Eridu, was built upon Nimrod's Enki 300 by 300 meter platform that's on the screen. And for the Tower of Babel that lay abandoned for 750 years. In 2850 BC, Nimrod tried to build the Tower of Babel, which was a pagan temple to the god Enki, but the Most High caused the construction to be stopped, the division of the language. In 2100 BC, Ur-Nammu began to construct his own ziggurat version of Nimrod's ancient Tower of Babel as a pagan temple of Enki. The year construction begins of the two ziggurats at Babel of Ur, and that's when Most High calls Abraham out of Assyria and to go into Canaan. All right? Now, Nimrod rebelled against the Most High. He rebelled against the ancestors in their kingdom of Iraq. He rebelled against all of their cultural norms. He started the eating of flesh and blood. He was the great-grandson, after the flood, of Noah and the son of Cush. Nimrod founded Assyria and the cities of Babel, Eridu, Uruk, Erech, Nineveh. He conquered the whole world at that time. Nimrod was the first post-flood man to start eating flesh and blood again since Cain, since after the flood. Cain was the first before the flood. Nimrod promoted and invented the pantheon of pagan Sumerian gods like Enlil, Anu, Enki, and Nana. The book of Joshua referenced Nimrod when it said, the gods of your fathers beyond the Euphrates and river. Joshua 24:2. Nimrod built the Tower of Babel in 2850. Nimrod was alive when writing was invented after the languages were divided. And he may have been personally instrumental in the invention of the first written language, as written in the story, the Sumerian story of Enki versus the king of Ararat. Now I'm going to end with this. The post-flood world population growth went from 8 men to 12 million people, but from 8 to 12 million, 8 people to 12 million with archaeological ages. All right, here we go. I'm going to end with this. 3298 BC, the flood, right? This is numeric. The Masoretic text will say a lot later, but I'll break that down where we getting from the archaeological digs where we getting these time frames, this record. So 3298 BC, the flood. Population 8 people. Okay. We're going to use a mathematical calculation. We're going to start with 6 persons. Right? We basically got 3 breeding couples. All right? I'm going to end with this. That's going to come out during the series, Roberta. This is going to be really good. 3 breeding couples. The reason why we say 3 breeding couples, because the Bible never says that Noah had other children. At least I'm not aware of. If y'all can find, all I find from Noah, it says he had Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That's all I've ever seen. So if y'all got somewhere else where in the Bible it says Nayach had more children, y'all got to find it and let me know. All right? So because of that, then we need to go by 6 people, the sons and their wives. 3 breeding couples. All right. So now, the breeding lifespans over 400 years. So I'm going to break down how we're going to go from 3 breeding couples, 8 people, to 12 million. Okay? Archaeology and literary sources have shown from the time of Mashiach, the Messiah, back to the time of Abraham, that the Hebrew girls, the Habariyah girls, they married at the age of 15. Now, I know people nowadays be like, this ain't the laws of the land of today. So you got to get out your modern feelings and understand this is how the Most High was populating the earth all over again, right? So now, from archaeology, from exegeting script, it says the Hebrew girls, from the time of Mashiach back to the time of Abraham, Hebrew girls were known, Habariyah girls were married at the age of 15. But the Gentiles, they married earlier. The Gentile girls were married at the age of 13. This is exegeting, all right? Or the Gentile girls were married immediately after the onset of puberty, right? So most of it at that time is around 13. Some could be younger, but that's what they were doing in the land at that time, all right? We know from the Bible, from exegeting, that Sarah was married to Abraham when she was 15 years old, okay? Yeah, Ty said Rebecca was 10 years old when she was taken. So Sarah was 15 years old when she married Abraham, and he was about 25 years old. Okay? Polygyny after the flood was widespread. This is when they had to go forth and repopulate the earth, right? Polygyny was widespread so that all available fertile females, that's why right after the female's puberty, right? So all polygyny was widespread so that all available fertile females would be able to mate immediately and constantly and be pregnant. A lot of people don't understand how it was after the flood and the repopulating the earth to make the population of the people go from 3 breeding couples to populate the whole earth. So the women right after puberty would be automatically married, polygynous. They had many wives, the men, and the two would become one. They would have intercourse immediately, and the woman would stay constantly pregnant. So right after you gave birth, you would get pregnant again. It was a part of, it's just how, I know it sounds crazy, Anna, yeah, right? But it's just how it was created back then. But the Most High stopped that later. He gave laws to stop that. So now, to calculate the timetable, I'm going to use a modern mathematical computation. I'm going to use Cush lineage because Nimrod comes from Cush. So I'm going to use Cush. That's Ethiopia. So modern computation, let's do these numbers. In 2018, Ethiopia, Cushite people called Somalia, right? Somalia had a 3.8% growth rate in 2018. Okay, so now keep that in mind. So archaeological age, you got the Stone Age. This is the time after the flood. The Paleolithic, the Neolithic, and the Chalcolithic. Chalcolithic ushered in, I think it was the copper in the stone. I keep forgetting that one. Yeah, watch the other lesson. You got the Halaf, that's Aram. You got the Hasuna, that's Ashur, the children of Shem. All these ages are concurrent, not consecutive. They run together, not one after the other. So you had an Halaf age and a Hasuna age, an age of Aram and an age of Asher. All right? Now, in 3200 BC, Nimrod founds the Tower of Babel, and we know from the exegeting of script that the population was 800 people, 800 persons. All right. So now we're going to do mathematical calculations. You can get your calculator out if you need to. I already did it. Now, if we computate 3298 minus 3200, we get basically 100 years. All right. So now, because I said when the start after the flood, up until Nimrod built Babel and how many people were there at the Tower of Babel. So if we start with three breeding couples, 6 people, all right? And we do a 5% growth rate, okay? Because in modern time, 2013, Somalia had a 3.8% growth rate, all right? Now, if we do a 5% growth rate with the 3 couples out of the ark, and we grow a 5% growth rate after the flood, that equals actually 800 people. Okay? That's about the time that Nimrod, we had 800 people at Babel, when he found Babel, not the tower, the city of Babel, when he conquered a fact-sized land. Okay? So that's one calculation. With the 3 couples at a 5% growth rate for 100 years, that will give us actually 800 people when Nimrod conquered the Ubaid, when he conquered Urek and Eridu. Now, we got the archaeological age of Ubaid 1. That's the Stone Age, right? Remember, about Ubaid 3 is when he built the Tower of Babel, right? When the Most High dispersed the tongue, right? So that's the Paleolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic, the Halaf and Hasuna. Now, 3000 BC is when Nimrod founds Nineveh. And at 3000 BC, Nimrod, 4 couples, but Nimrod and Noah and his wife didn't have no more children. So that's why it's the 3 couples the 3 couples who were having babies, right? So, because unless someone can find us where Noah had more children, I didn't see it. I just see Ham, Shem, and Japheth. But if you can find it, then that'll we'll have to change the calculation. So I'm going off what the Bible says. Now, so at 3000 BC, when Nimrod founds Nineveh, this is biblical exegete, we know that the population was 300,000 people. Okay, so now we got to go from 3,200 to 3,000. That's approximately another 200 years. Okay, so if we start with 800 people, okay, at the population of when he founded Babel, right? And we got the 800 persons when we did the 3 couples, 5% growth rate for 100 years after the flood. We got 800 people. So now if we need to get these 800 people to grow to 300,000, now we take the number of 3,200 to 3,000 BC, 200 years. We start with the 800 people. All we need is a 3% birth rate. For 200 years, that's 300,000 people at Nineveh. Remember, Somali just had 3.5%, 3.8% growth rate in 18. So now we got 800 people had a 3% growth rate for 200 years. Now we got 300,000 people at Nineveh when Nimrod founds Nineveh. That was his population. these cities. And he built, remember, this where he built the bread, he built the bread factories, and Nimrod built cities. They had practically cell phones. They was watching color TV types, right? Okay, so now we're walking it on down. So now we started with 800 people now, at 3% growth rate for 200 years. We got 300,000 people when Nimrod founds the city of Nineveh. Now, in 2850 BC, Nimrod builds the Tower of Babel, and they say the population was 12 million people. Y'all listen clearly. This is how the world got spread. So now we got to get to 12 million people when he's building the tower. Okay, so let's go back. We're going to take 3,000 year from 2850 year, right? Because 2850 he built the tower, right? And then Nineveh was about 3000 BC. He found Nineveh with 300,000 people. So now we subtract 2850 from 3,000, and we get approximately 150 years. So if we start with 300,000 people from the city of Nineveh, when he started, all we need is a 3% growth rate for 150 years, and that equals 12 million people. You know how they say the math ain't mathing? You know how they say numbers don't lie? This is where you get the archaeological, the excavation, the exegeting. This is where you get the discernment, the study, and to show yourself approved. The maths. The math be mathing. Now, right here, all they needed was a 3% growth rate. The other one was a 3% growth rate, and the first one was a 5% growth rate. All of this is actually mathematically computed. That's why I always show receipts to everything I do. Shout out to A Villa. I've been instructed. I show as many visual. I do all of this labor, and they attack the mess out of this lesson. Praise y'all, I'm ending with some, I don't even know. When I watch it back, hopefully it's okay. But this lesson was so crazy. And they tried to destroy it. All right, let me close out with these numbers. We about to close. Now, all you need now to have the 12 million population when Nimrod builds the Tower of Babel, we need to take 300,000 people from when he built Nineveh. You just have a 3% growth rate for 150 years. That equals 12 million people. Now, if we use Cush, like I said, Nimrod's people, right, from Ethiopia, Somalia in the year 2018, the growth rate of 3.8% for 450 years. Here we go. Let me explain where I'm going. Now, if we take Cush's descendants, Nimrod's people, Ethiopians, Somalia, and in the year 2018, they had a growth rate of 3.8%. And we multiply that for 450 years. And we take that with a starting population of 6. That will equal a final population of 14 million. After the great dispersal at the flood at the Tower of Babel, a divided population of around 12 million people will actually provide enough manpower to build the first pyramids that will be built all around the world. After an additional 150 years of growth that ends in 2700 BC. This is the calculated dispersal at the Tower of Babel as the men went out to build cities, pyramids, and temples. This is the archaeological age called the Uruk expansion, the Nagata first, the early bronze, EB1, the pre-dynastic Egypt, dynasty 0, and all current and concurrent civilizations. All started from the 3 couples off the ark. Should I do this? Let me see. Let me close with this. In the Bible, Eber, they call him Eber. Habariah is Eber's name. The language got changed after, at the Tower of Babel. The Habariah tongue, the original tongue that the Most High spoke with Adam with, and the earth spoke one tongue. That was a language that the Most High used to create the word, the Habariah, the word. The Habariah tongue. Eber, Habariah, he was named after that tongue. The language, all the languages got split. The tongues got split at the Tower of Babel, and each civilization got a new language. Let me explain. That wasn't before the flood. There was one tongue before the flood, and that got taken. So every of those 12 million people after dispersion, they all got a new language. Y'all listen clear. I need to close with this. Every last one of them got a new tongue, including what you call us, including the children of Shem, Israel. Now, the children of Shem got a language that got transliterated to called Hebrew. Let me explain. I need to close with this. Praise Yah. Thank you, Father. Some y'all can learn and understand. The tongue that we now call Hebrew, Taj, this is where paleo was invented. Yes, let's close. Thank you, y'all. Let's close with a bang. I always like to close with a bang. So Taj can say it was a really big show. It was a really big show, servant. A really big show. I need that really big show. Praise Yah. I like to do my work of my Father. It's work for the kingdom, guys, not to glorify me. I put in a lot of work to teach y'all, and I want to make my Father proud and do the best that I can. And they attack these lessons, and it's hard for me. This was a horrible one. This is the worst one of them all that I had to do. I got like 10, 20% of what I needed to get done. Now, let me explain something. We're going to close with this. This is where you get the language of Hebrew. Paleo Hebrew was started after the flood. Before the flood, there was no Paleo Hebrew. There was a Habariah tongue that was spoken, and it was drawn before the flood. Pictograph, pictos, the axe head, it was tools, and it was body parts, it was agriculture, okay? Now, they had other written languages before the flood, these civilizations, okay? A lot of it got wiped. Almost none of it got preserved, but some did from Canaan, in that story last week where the other Canaan, he had, and Nimrod found the stone things that he wrote, the ancient fallen angel stuff. That's when Nimrod got visited in those mountains, but that'll be next time. We did it last time. Now, after the flood, now remember, everybody's there at the tower. I want y'all to understand, Nimrod conquered the whole world. There was nobody. He conquered the fat side first, then he conquered Elam. Then he went up and he conquered Asher. That's Hasuna. And then he went up and he conquered Aram, Halaf. And he conquered Samara. That's them. He conquered them. He conquered Europe. He conquered Urdu. He conquered, that's all Arphaxad. So these are the descendants of Shem. So he conquered all of Shem's descendants first, and then he went forth and conquered all of his own people too. He conquered Japheth. He conquered all of Mitzrayim. He conquered the world. Now, so everybody was part of Nimrod's kingdom on earth. He was the king of the earth, Nimrod. Now, so you either have to get down or lay down. You understand? That's it. So, all right. Now, the ones of Shemitic who worried, so it wasn't really much. That's why Abraham was called out. That's why Noah was called out. Remember, Abraham's dad served Nimrod. He was a prince in Nimrod's kingdom. So, and that's Shemitic. That's Abraham. So Abraham was called out because he was set apart like Noah was. It's always like one or two or few. It's a right. It's a remnant, right? So all of Shem was still serving with Nimrod in them. Okay. Now this is the time everybody still got the Habariyah. They got one tongue. So now after Nimrod built the Babel Tower, not his temples. Now he had all them building temples to the fish god, right? Then you got the Akkadians come, they got Dagon, you got, right? So this all Enki, fish gods, Anu, Inanna, all this stuff. We'll do that next time. We're going to go through the Sumerian gods and all this stuff, right? So anyway, so I need to get to the Hebrew tongue so y'all can understand where this paleo come from. And brother Season, this is where they added the fish. Come on, y'all. Bring it on home. Brother Season, this in the paleo, and I showed it in that lesson. This is when the fish got added. They said Nyan was a fish and Zadi was a fish hook. That was a lie, a killing device in our tongue, in our language. All right, there was no fish in the Habariyah 22 consonantal letters, especially in the 19 before we added the wav and all of that. Okay, so now, y'all listen clearly. The children of Shem. Now this before Israel. Y'all understand? Jacob ain't born. Okay, we're talking about Shem. We're early. All right, Abraham is just being born. You get what I'm saying? We early. Ain't no Israel. Okay, so now the Shemitic people that Nimrod conquered. He conquered the whole world. He had either you helped build the towers of temples, or you were like enslaved and you was going, but you was building something working for him. Now, at the Tower of Babel, when the Most High confounded the tongue, he took the Habariyah from everybody. He did not say, okay, Shem, I'm going to find a righteous descendant from you, and I'm going to let your little lineage, they're going to still speak the Habariyah. Everybody got a new tongue. Guess what new tongue the descendants of Shem got? Paleo Hebrew. They got an iteration of the original tongue, but it was mixed with fallen angel. It was fish god. They got vowel sounds added. They got L. This is where you get Elohim. They got A-E-I-O-U. They serve Yahweh. They got El Elyon. They got El Shaddai. I'm going to bring it out next time. I'm going to show you where it comes from. They got paleo. They got fish in their language in the paleo. They got the Zadi. They got the Aleph. They got the Gimel with an I. They got the Bet. Just like the Aramaic got the Phoenician. This is when you get the Canaanite Shemitic language group of people. After the flood, it was Nimrod. Do you understand? So this is where we get Hebrew, not Habariyah, where you get paleo. You got A's and I's. This is when they became later Israel. They started worshiping Elohim, not Alayah. They started worshiping El God. El God is Enki. I'll show y'all next week. The God El And the L, I was going to do it tonight, is Enki, Enlil. This Nimrod's God. They started, once the Israelites they weren't Israelites, the Shemitic children. That's why he called Abraham out separate. Who did Terah, his dad, worship? That's where you get paleo. That's why I said we got to come out. Now remember the paleo script. Now remember the Habariyah script with the aleph head, right? Pictograph. Paleo was some mark line, right? It was identical with the Akkadian, identical, well, not the Akkadian, identical with the Phoenician, identical with the Ugarit, identical with the Aramaic. That's where you get the Aramaic. Watch, I'm going to show it next time. I'm going to show it next week, Roberta. I'm going to show who El is. The Enlil, El God, Enki, the El Shaddai, the El God, Elohim. They call them the plural of the gods. They call them Elohim, El. There was no El in Habariyah. This is where the paleo came from. So now, after the flood, okay, the etymology of the word, that's where you get Ibrit and Ivrit. Y'all hear that? That's where we get that. Y'all heard that before, right? The Ivrit, the Eber, and then the English got translated to Eber, right? Habariyah, that's not Habariyah. So Eber, Ivrit, the etymology of Eber, it means wanderer, okay? It means implying someone that has no home. Let me explain. The Eber, the Ibrit, it meant the etymology of the word in the Hebrew, paleo, it means wanderer, okay? So when they called Abraham, they called him the Hebrew in Genesis 14 and 13. So when in Genesis 14 and 13, when they call Abraham the Hebrew, okay, it directly ties back to Eber, the son of Peleg. That's talked about in Genesis 10 and 21. So when they call Abraham the Hebrew in Genesis 14 and 13, it has a meaning, a secondary meaning, because it was first applied to him when he was. So when they called Abraham the Hebrew, they was calling him the wanderer, because it was applied, they called him that when he didn't have a home, nomadic. Remember, the names were titles. So they wasn't calling him the Hebrew for the language, Habariyah. They was calling him the Hebrew for what the name Hebrew means. And he descends from Eber, right? I think that's his great-grandfather or his grandfather, somewhere around there, right? So they were calling him the wanderer because he didn't have a home, okay? And the Shemitic children were like nomads, wanderers on earth, and the children of Yah, we are called to be wanderers on earth. Let me explain. The children of Yah, we're called to be continual wanderers on earth because this earth is not our home. Our home is in the Shamayam, the new earth. So we will always be called wanderers on this earth because this second, we're supposed to be in it, but we're not of it. This is not our citizenship. This is not our kingship. Adam and Eve forsake that. This ain't our home. We are wanderers on this earth. Our citizenship, is in the Shamayam. That's in Philippians, the book of Philippians. Philippians 3 and 20. In the 1 Peter 1 and 1, Kafayah, an apostle of Mashiach, he says, to those who reside as wanderers, as aliens, scattered throughout Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia, who are the chosen. Hakiyama, you could put that up. 1 Kafayah 1 and 1. And then you could put 1 Kafayah Peter 2:11. I'm paraphrasing, where it says, like, I urge you, beloved, as aliens and strangers, to abstain from fleshly lusts which wage against your soul. Okay? We are alien here. Yeah, the wandering tribe of Judah playing. Okay? I was going to break down. I'm going to end with that, because I was about to go into Japheth, but that's okay. We got to come back. I got so much. Shem listing the steps. Okay, I'll do that next time. Now, Eber, all right, let me finish with Eber. Eber was an eyewitness to the Tower of Babel. I know some of the chronological and the, I think, what is that called? The Septuagint doesn't agree. I don't care what the Greek don't agree with. You understand? They can miss me with that. I don't give a crap. I got the Raya Kayakadash and I studied to show myself approved. Okay? I'm about to close right now. Now, Eber, he was an eyewitness to what happened at the Tower of Babel. So Eber himself would experience the language change. Okay? Eber was listed as the descendant, the first descendant of Shem to speak Hebrew. Okay? Now, he was the first descendant of Shem to speak Hebrew. In exegeting, he would be the first speak Hebrew speaker. Paleo, not Habariyah. Habariyah, they all spoke one tongue. From my study and exegete, I deduced that Eber was the one that the Paleo was given to speak first. Remember, after the tongues was confounded, everyone spoke a different tongue. Eber is the name. Now remember, the name denotes the purpose and the function. His is the name that gave rise to the term of Hebrew. And I think in Genesis 14 and 13, which is first used of Abraham, they called him Abraham the Hebrew. Before that, no one was called the Hebrew. I'm trying to get y'all to understand this. Eber, that was his name. Hebrew, right? No one was called the Hebrew. They weren't called the Hebrew people before this. They called Abraham that. Okay? And this is a patronymic name, a father name, patrilineal, patriarchal. Now, Eber was mentioned, I'm ending out, Taj, at the head of the list. Now, remember in the Bible, they skip certain people and then they mention certain people from their matter of importance. Eber is mentioned at the head of the list because of his importance to the later what would be called the Hebrew people, the wanderers, the alien to this world. Now, a Hebrew after the Tower of Babel, come on guys, was called now the Shemitic people after the Tower of Babel, they were called Hebrewites. That was a whole terminology. Hebrewites. That's what they were called. After the Tower, they spoke a Paleo-Hebrew tongue. That was the tongue given to them, and thus they started to be called after Abraham. Abraham was the first Hebrewite. They called him the Hebrew. Eber, Habariyah, he wasn't a Hebrewite. That was just his name. These are the introducing the Hebrewites. I mean, we just keep getting more and more ites all the time. Now, in Genesis 10 and 21, Hakama, you could post it. It states that Shem was the ancestor of all the sons of Eber. See, the reason why they quote out specific people and terminologies, because it means something later. It has a matter of importance. I'm gonna do that in another study, Taj. Remember we did that for Iberia. That's Eber. The Iberians. That's Ebers. That's the Iberites. That's the Iberians. All right. That's Eber's descendant. Eber's line. Okay. We'll do that. I think we did it before on another one, but we're going to, because we're going to go back to the ancient books again. So Taj, when I go back, because we're going to go, because remember we stopped that ancient book series. We stopped, right? So we at some time we're going to go back and open those back up, and then I got the whole Iberian, all the Pelagians, that's Peleg, the Iberians, that's Eber, and they whole when they went into Asia and when they went, yeah, we're gonna go back again, Taj. All right, so now let me get through this. We're gonna close out. The Eber and Genesis 10 and 20, okay? It says Shem was the ancestor of all the sons of Eber. Now, why would it just speak of just Eber? You see, what's the significance of the Bible saying Shem is the ancestor of all the sons of Eber? Like, what happened to everybody else that's in between all of this? Because it's pointing out, children, that the Habarites, the Hebrewites, right, will later, we will become children of Yah, but we will still be Hebrews, Habariyahs. Because even when the Most High give back the Habariyah tongue, it's still Habariyah now. We got the original one from the Tower, the remnant who will receive. But most of Israel at the end, they'll still be speaking Paleo. Nimrod, right? That's why I keep trying to tell the children, I'm like, come out of these I's and O's, right? You think you got a Hebrew name, you call yourself, I don't want to offend nobody, let me try to think of something. You calling yourself, I did it, my name was Yahshua, right? And I'm like, Shua means, what did it mean again? Shua means something crazy. That's some Canaanite stuff. This is Enki. This is Nimrod. It's Phoenician. It's Ugaritic. Ain't no Uwa. Ain't no El. That's why we don't call on Elohim and Elo. That's why when I taught, what's his name? And he's still doing it. Do what you will. You keep calling on these guys. What's the truth unedited? That's when my correction to him years ago. And I'd see him. He's still calling Elohim. You call on this Nimrod's gods. Enki and El and Anana and all them. El Shaddai and El gods. They got the Christians now thinking they know something. They calling Yahweh. I'm like, yo, do not call Yahweh. Christians, you be better off saying God, because at least they'll know which God you're talking about, right? Let me give you a safe space, Christians, everybody else. You're better off just calling on God and not Lord, because Lord is Baal. They know who you're talking about. If you call on God, they won't know who you're calling on because there's many of them. So you're safer just calling on God than you are calling on Elohim, El, Yahweh, Lord. You tripping, bro. Y'all because now you're calling the God's actual name. And that's who's answering you. Praise the Most High for he's saying Elohim now? He almost did. It took him a long time. He be watching us. Thank you, Honor Yah, for telling that. Keep on going, Truth Unedited. Keep on coming back. It's Allah Yah. That Eem, come out of that Eem. That's Canaan, that's Nimrod. Ain't no A-E-I, ain't no Eem, ain't no O. So if your name is Yahoo something or Yahoo something, that is Canaan, it's Paleo. After the flood, Nimrod. Thank Nimrod for that. It's ah. There is no A sound, I sound, O sound, not even an oo. I'm so sorry. For those of y'all who still call the Most High Yahuwah, he understands your grace. I'm telling you, stop putting the ooah, just call him Yah. Do y'all understand? In the book of Psalms, he did not say my name is Yahuwah. You'll learn that from the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton is Nimrod. That's even worse, Babylon. The Tetragrammaton is the convert. That's a whole nother level of darkness. We're going to break that down one day soon. Okay? Come out. His name is Yah. Don't add nothing to it. That's how you get saved, children. Come out of, I know, I was like, Yahuwah, I got song. This goes out to Yahuwah, right? We got all you. I ain't got to change. So the reason why I don't change, I'm not changing the Shema. That's a master. I can't, right? But this is the grace and mercy. It's like those of us who still in Christianity that we call on Jesus, right? And thank you, Zayana. Don't the Most High give us grace and mercy, right? Over the name Jesus, right? Doesn't he allow the demons to flee from the name? That's a grace and mercy, right? But when we were his child, we did as children do, right? When we become adults, we put away childish things. So there's a time he don't want you to stay in your ignorance. Is it lagging for everyone else? Y'all let me know. It could be just for her, for you, Hakyama. All right?
No, it's just me, my computer going black again.
Oh, okay. All right. So so coming out of her. So the safe place, children, because I know it's hard, y'all. It's hard for y'all to let go the A-E-I-O-U's. These vowel sounds, we're gonna do it next time, come from the Babylonian. They come from the Nimrod. It's come from the Enlil, Enki, the fallen angel, Anunnaki. Okay, that's not Habariyah. There is no sound. There is no ooh. That was the first sound that came after the tower. Okay, now, so I know it's hard, like you get stuck in your name. That's called old wine skin. Oh, go ahead. You so-called Israelite, stay in it. You got people who've been watching our lesson for months, and they didn't show me break this down. They didn't show me put the ancient Habariyah on the script. They showed me put the Paleo. They showed me show the Phoenician, the Ugarit, everything, and they still come on here and got A-E-I-O-U and what they think is a Hebrew name. That's a Canaanite. That's a fallen angel, Anunnaki, Nimrod name. Keep coming to Nimrod name. Now, for those who just find it, take your time, but it's called empty. I had to do it. Remember, my name was Uncle Yeshua. Everybody, what do you see on the screen now? You heard? Yahayashah. And then sometimes I say known as Uncle Yeshua. Now, the only reason why we got Mashiach assembly with the I-A-C-H is because most people don't understand the tongue. But we are Mashiach's assembly. Okay? So if you're going to have a Habariyah name, then you need to have Hebrew. That ain't Hebrew. That Yiddish crap, that modern crap, all this is after Babylon. It's after, Babylon and after Babel. Tower. All right, so anyway, I don't know where I went off on that rant. Let me get back. Let me close out with this Eber. I'm going long now. Praise Yah for the Shabbat. I get the rest tomorrow. Now, Eber, and no offense, but everyone, you got to learn to empty your wineskin. We are conditioned to get stuck, right? You've been calling on Yahuwah. I was too, right? And now all of a sudden you find out, if you find out that Uah is not Hebrew, then common sense would say, then what is Uah? That's what you should be writing. Could you, what is Uah? If Hebrew only got the vowel sound of ah, then what is this Uah? And when you find out, you'll realize that it's like a cuss word in front of Yah's name. Oh, boy, when you get the people if we get them to curse themselves, praise Yah for his grace and mercy. But he doesn't want us to stay there. We have to empty the wine skins over and over as we grow. You empty so he can refill. You learn, you empty. Everything was a process. I was calling on Isis, Ra, and El. You know what I mean? That's just 3 different gods. I got 2 Egyptian gods and the Sumerian god. El is Enki. Yo, you got to be kidding me. So, for those who want to stay in it. I mean, stay in it. The letter, because what happens, Yah takes his grace after a while because you're willfully choosing to stay in the transgression. And that's what our ancestors did. You're willfully choosing. You realize what it is you saw, and I don't care. My name is still Yahoki, Yoki, Yoki, Poki, Uki, Yaki, Yoki. I'm like, yeah, that ain't Habariyah at all. At all. That's what killed me with these fake camps. The whole awakening is fake. They calling themselves Hebrews, and their name is Israel United in Christ. Hebrew, bro. This is stupid, bro. At some point, this gets ridiculous. Y'all playing. Keep your costume, or keep playing. Keep playing, because you don't understand that everything has spiritual implications. So you keep playing all you want. Keep playing. Play your games all you want and think this is a game. It ain't a game in the spirit realm. That's a whole fact. You're going to get everything you calling for. All right, let me close out. So, in the book of Genesis 10 and 21, I guess Hakyama put it, it states that Shem was the answer of all the sons of Habariyah. In English, translated to Eber. So it says, why is they pointing out that Shem, was the ancestor of all the children of Habariyah? How do we become children of him? Because his name, remember, Eber, his name comes from the original tongue. Now, the Shemitic genealogy that is spoken about in Genesis, I think it's 11 and 10 through 26. The genealogy of Shemitic genealogy that's mentioned begins with Shem and it ends with Abraham. Okay? But once it's speaking about the genealogy in Genesis 11 and 10, when it begins with Shem, near the middle, it stops and focuses on Eber, Habariyah, around Genesis 11, 14 through 17. It's as though when they wrote the scriptures, it's like that's how they do in the scriptures. They point out certain things. In the middle of the genealogy, it focused on Eber. It's like he was said, Abraham was a Shemite, whose ancestry has specific roots in Eber, making Abraham an Eberite, a Hebrewite. This is why they later said Abraham the Hebrew. So the genealogist in the account in the scriptures is pointing it out that when it goes from Shem to Abraham, it stops at Eber, and it's showing you. And later they're gonna say he's the Hebrew, Abraham the Hebrew, and from then on, the genealogy was called the Hebrews. It wasn't until Yasha'al, Jacob got his name changed to Yasha'al, and he had 12 sons, and then they would be called the children of Yasha'al, Yasharalites. Before that, they were called Hebrewites, Habarites, Hebrewites. Okay? I'm explaining something to y'all. So the word you say Hebrew in the original tongue is Habariyah. Right? It wasn't no Ivrit and all that. That ain't Hebrew. So they were, before Jacob's 12 sons became Israel, his name Yasharah, Israelites, Yasharalites, they were called Hebrewites. Descent children of Abraham, who is the Hebrew. Praise Yah. Y'all getting some understanding now. I'm getting a good close. Now, it was after the 12 sons was born, Jacob got his name changed to Yasharal, and the 12 sons were called the 12 tribes of Israel, Yashar. They became Israelites. This is where you get the term Hebrew Israelites. Good close, good close, y'all. I know a lot of people wanted to know that. Where did it come from? It's because the 12 tribes of Israel, the children of Jacob, now they became a new nation, right? To become Israelites, but they never stopped becoming Hebrews because it descends from Eber, Habarayah. Okay? Hebrews, Ishmael's a Hebrew, Esau's a Hebrew, Habarayites. Now, they become Habarayite Israelites. But it never said Israelites, and that's English. Habarayah Yasharalites. They were Habarayah people. And then after the tongue, the Paleo language was called Hebrew, but it wasn't the original tongue. So that's where you get the Paleo instead of the Picto. You get these marks and these scratches and stuff. So, my closeout. So, the genealogy of Shem in 11:10-26 begins with Shem, ends with Abraham. It focuses on Eber, Habarayah, right? It's like they were saying in the scripture that Abraham was a Shemite, but he's going to start the ancestry of being a Eberite, a Habarayah, okay? So Abraham would not be an Israelite. Abraham will be a Shemite Habarayite. You get it? The descendants of Israel will be Habarayite, Yasharalite. Abraham will be a Shamayite, Habarayite. The Habarayite starts with Abraham. All right. The Hebrews are the sons of Eber through Abraham. And then I go on to Peleg. So let me stop right here. Oh my goodness. This was a long one. 5.5 hours. Whew. I had this thing on the screen the whole time. All right, let me close out. Let me give a closing word. All right. So praise Yah. For those who hung in there, may the Most High cover and bless you. I'm glad the Most High allowed me to bring some power at the end. I don't know how it went, only because I know what was supposed to happen, and they attacked this lesson more than I can ever explain. It is disgusting what they did to me on this lesson. So I don't feel the fruit of it. Maybe when I watch it back, I'll be like, okay, it was pretty good, Unc. You're okay, Unc. Right? But so I apologize. I don't gotta apologize because they did it. I didn't. I did the best I can. They was attacking the mess out of it. So let me present, share screen, window, bang, share. The thumbnail. The Egyptian and the Sumerian. These are the fallen angel. These are the Nephilim after the flood, the giants. They built the temples and the pyramids. I gave you the breakdown of the pyramid steps, the temples. You know what Nimrod, you know what the temple of Enki, you know what the timeline, you know what the Tower of Babel, you know what Erech is, you know where it was created, you know about, you learned a lot tonight. I have to watch it back to find out. You learned about 20% of what I wanted to bring out. But praise y'all for that 20%. Sometimes that's the best we can do, right? All right. These fallen angels, and look at them on the screen. Come out of her, my people. More to come as we finish the series. Happy New Year to you all. Oh, I didn't even bring out. I missed my things. That's because they was attacking me. See, guys, they did me dirty tonight. I saved some new little bumper things that y'all would have got a good laugh at, right? All right, let me close with this. Let me close with this. For my brother Season, he said, did Mashiach eat, fish? No, he ain't eat no fish. Mashiach, we ain't eat no flesh and blood. The Most High did not create us to eat flesh and blood. For those who still eating it, try to come out of it. It's making you sick. It's death in your temple. Your temple's not purified. Death in your belly, decaying flesh. All right? So this Jamaican brother right here, he made a dope clip. And he says, well, if the Most High didn't create us to eat flesh and blood, then what can we eat? Watch this.
You want to know what you can eat? You can eat callaloo, ackee, sweet potato, yam, banana, and tomato, cabbage, spinach, avocado, chocho, butter, bean, and cocoa, courgette, millet, plantain, rice and peas and pumpkin, mango, dates and guava, chickpeas and cassava, Brussels sprouts and cauliflower, onion, fennel and cucumber, plum, pear and papaya, aubergine and saya, lime, lentils and quinoa, wholemeal bread and wholemeal flour, watercress and okra, tofu and sweet pepper, couscous and carrot, broccoli and coconut, peaches, apples, apricot, breadfruit, jackfruit, sour, pistachios, cashews and almond, walnut, peanuts, also pecan, sesame seeds, sunflower, lemon, orange, pineapple and melon, bugger, wheat and garlic, hijiki and rocket, pacho and pomegranate, kiwi, corn and turnip, berries, cherries and strawberries, beetroot, grapefruit and celeries. You say the meat not necessary.
Yeah, that is so dope, right? That is the dopest thing in the world. What can you eat? Boy, that's plenty things to eat. I just ate some lasagna yesterday and the cheese. The daughter y'all made the cheese from all, it was just as cheesy. I said, one day I'm going to take a video and I'm going to show y'all. Y'all going to be like, how is that not cheese? And it tastes just as good. Right? Watch this one. I got another one for y'all. Watch this one. This one I think is so cute.
What do you want? A strawberry. A what? Strawberry. A what? Strawberry. Strawberry. A strawberry? Yes. A strawberry? Yes. Okay.
Yo, that one is so cute to me. That been in my head the whole weekend. Strawberry. What do you want? Strawberry. Oh, let me do it.
What do you want?
A strawberry.
A what?
Strawberry.
A what?
Strawberry. Strawberry.
A strawberry?
Yes.
A strawberry?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. Yes. A strawberry. Facts. All right. For everybody out there, this is my last one. This is what, remember, now this I'm going to make this meme, this one right here, I'm going to be using this a million different ways. So the first time I'm going to use this is an image of me. I'm going to just use me. Well, I don't sin no more, but let's say before, I really don't sin no more. So let's say before my walk, this is me holding on to the Most High after I just know I sinned. Like, let's say my walk about 5-6 years ago when I was trying to conquer the sin of smashing, right? And I'm trying to serve the Most High, and I just smashed, and I know I'm in sin. This image, this is me trying to hold on to the Most High after I know I just sinned. That is the stupidest thing in the world. This image is hilarious. Look at this little boy trying to hold on for this. These people trying to hold on to the AEIOUs too. This these Israelites trying to hold on to ISIS right now. The Most High like come out of her. This people trying to hold on to sin. The Most High said, come out of sin. This is what the people in the world doing. That's you trying to hold on to your sin. Yo, people be holding on to stuff. Yo, people trying to hold on to flesh and blood. I swear that's what you're doing. You know you ain't. That doctor said, stop eating all that flesh. And it's them holding on to the. Is you hold on to that beef. That's hilarious. Yo, everybody out there worldwide, y'all hold on to the Most High. Remember, I'm making jokes, But trying to be righteous is a hard task in this world, right? It is really hard to do, to stay righteous in this dark world. And we're trying, you need to hold on. You got people holding on to our ministry by a thread. They just like this. They know who they are. And I tell you, keep holding on. You know who you are trying to hold on to the ministry? Hold on like this. Long as you don't let go, you be all right. Hold on to the Most High. Hold on, guys. We got to battle the flesh daily. We got to die to the flesh. We got to struggle. We got to hold on. It's about he who endures. You understand? Hold on. You hear me? It's enduring to the end. I'm going to do that one more time. That's how you hold on to the word of Yah. Hold on to his righteousness. Hold on to the word of Yah. Don't let go. Hold on for dear life. Keep your flip-flops on. Don't let go like this. That's how I be holding on to Yah. You think I'm lying? I hold on to the Abba Yah just like that. That's Unc. This is Unc holding on to Yah. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Everywhere y'all take me, I'm holding on. I'm holding on for dear life. I'll never let go. I got you, Yah. He be like, you back there? I'm back there. I might be like this. But I'm back there.
What do you want?
A strawberry.
A what?
Strawberry.
A what?
Strawberry. Strawberry.
A strawberry?
Yes.
A strawberry?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry. I love that because she's like, I know that, right? And when she finally, yes, yes, that's it. I want a strawberry. Hold on to the Most High, everybody. That reminds me of that song from In Vogue. Hold on. Do. That's why I should have played this In Vogue. I might click this. No, they'll strike me if I play In Vogue. All right. We got to hold on, guys. Oh, man. Well, at least I end with a little laugh. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Okay? May the Most High cover and bless you all. You hold on. Hold on for dear life. And let go. Don't hold on to your sin. Don't hold on to your transgression. These people holding on to paleo. They holding on to Nimrod. They holding on. Christians is holding on to Jesus, right? They just be holding on to let go. Be fluid. Empty wineskin, but hold on to Yah. Hold on to righteousness. Hold on to truth. Hold on. All right, Hustle Yah. I love you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Taj Balaya Yanapa, for your presence. Thank you, Yasha, for your presence. Thank you, Yashia, for your presence. Thank you, everybody who joined the live. Thank you again, Daya, for your donation. Thank you, everybody worldwide. Hold on to the Most High. Hold on to Yah. Facts. That's how we're going to close out. Hold on to Yah. Okay? Hold on. All right. Shabbayat, Shalom. And again, Happy New Year to you all. Shabbayat, Shalom. Thank you again, Hakyama. From the house of Yah, we are.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.